Why do I have to log in as a guest?
Morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this May 19th meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start the meeting with an invocation by Pastor Bob Pete, and if you would remain standing, Senator Borelli will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear God, our Heavenly Father, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have differing opinions, we ask for a spirit of unity today. We ask that you will help each of us listen politely to each other, to share their points of view, to help us work as a unified team, combining ideas for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole, rather than individuals to promote their own agendas. May we have a spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together in our shared goals and visions for this community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please face the flag of a country that's far more prosperous.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you.
The Board of Supervisors may, by motion, recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the Board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on June 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m.
So moved. Second.
With that motion second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation, claims, and demands. Attorney Davis.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Committee and/or legislative reports. Supervisor Letman. Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli.
And nothing at this time.
Supervisor Martin.
Yes, I'd like to report that yesterday or Saturday, I attended with our clerk the Fishing for Smiles event at the Denton Ranch. There were over 260 people there. 120 kids got to fish. They had a great time. They all should be commended for putting on another outstanding event, and I was very pleased to be part of it. And with our clerk, this was her first time out there, and I think she had a good time too. And then on tomorrow, there'll be another special needs fishing day put on by the Elks for our special needs people in Kingman. We expect over 100 people out there for that. So another great event by the Kingman Elks Lodge.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor. I know my son actually went out and won a couple of trophies. He got some big fish, so he had a great time. It's a wonderful event. Thank you for all of that, all that you do to help put that event on. It's really important. So, the only other event or update I would give this week on Wednesday, I'm going back to D.C. Not Senator anymore. Sorry, Supervisor Borelli is going back with me. Those of you that have been following the Baj National Monument that the Biden administration created through the Antiquities Act unilaterally, this board has been consistent. Our previous board was consistent in fighting that. When Trump got in, he issued the energy emergency, the national energy emergency. This board wrote earlier this year a letter and sent that back to Senator Mike Lee, a bunch of the different senators and representatives, also to the new Department of Interior administration. And the Baj Monument made the cut of the first 6 monuments that they're going to be looking at and reviewing for national energy security, access to critical minerals, things like this. So we're going to go back and make our case to shrink the boundaries of that Baj Monument in Mojave County, in my district, up north, District 1. The Biden administration created that with really no public process in Mojave County, and really not on the data. We have access to some USGS scientific water reports that show that the uranium mining that was being done up there has really no impact on the water quality. That was one of the reasons that the Obama administration and then Secretary Obama did a 20-year moratorium on uranium mining, because they said, well, we just don't know what it's doing on the water, or to the water quality up there. So this study was a direct result of that. It came back and said there is no adverse harm. So we're going to go back and make our case, and hopefully we can get that monument shrunk for our Mojave County citizens for economic development. That's all I have. Do we have a lobbyist report this morning? Okay. Mr. Ponder, are you with us this morning?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, just briefly wanted to provide you a quick update. We are in the 127th day of session. As many of you know, especially Supervisor Borelli and Supervisor Gould, after the 100th day, the per diem for our legislators goes down, which incentivizes getting out of there sooner, but we're not at any point where that's going to happen. I think right now there is some friction between the House and the Senate majority on what they are determining for their budget numbers and how they're going to allocate the budget. They, just so everybody's aware, at one point in time at the beginning of the year, JLBC had identified about $615 million in excess budget as a result of some fears of a potential recession. JLBC has revised those numbers down to about 277 million. And so I think that is where the legislature is trying to figure out how conservative they're going to be with respect to this budget. Not only how conservative they're going to be, but also how they want to allocate funds, and whether they want to allocate funds to respective districts or just take a holistic approach. So that's challenging right now. Also challenging is determining how they're going to do Prop 123, which apparently hit some hiccups last week. And so that's slowing everything down. The governor's vetoed 139 bills thus far. She vetoed 143 2 years ago. So she is very likely to exceed that record that she set. I will point out that 5 of those 139 bills are bills that we had weighed in on water in opposition to. Those water bills that we had weighed in on in opposition to would have weakened the groundwater code, and in the event that the Mojave County would have been impacted either by an INA or a subsequent AMA, would have weakened the structure and impacted us negatively. And so those were vetoed. So that's what's going on at the legislature. I will point out that unfortunately it does appear that some of the urban water legislation may be moving again. So it is a scenario where rural Arizona may be left behind once again as urban Arizona gets their issues met. It's not certain that it's moving, but I can let you know that that ag to urban bill that has been being discussed, they have literally met every Wednesday for the past 2 months on that issue. Seems that there's a greater sense of urgency to address that issue than there is the rural groundwater issue at this point in time. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ponder. Any questions from our board? Thank you again. Have a good day.
Thank you.
County Manager's Report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. I do have one item. Joe Dorner, our Risk and Emergency response director notified me last week of his intent to leave Mojave County employment effective July 3rd this year. On behalf of yourself, the board, Mojave County, I would like to extend and express my appreciation for his service and hard work. He served the county well. The Risk and Emergency Management Department, which consists of two divisions, Risk and Emergency Management, were combined into one department some years ago, I'm sure due to a need at that time. There is clear difference in functions between risk and emergency management. So going forward, I do plan to make an administrative change to realign these two divisions with other departments where there is a better and more natural alignment. It would likely eliminate the need for the director position and serve the county overall needs better. It's my intent to update the board as we move it forward and as we get closer to July and let you know more about the implementation of it and where those two divisions align better with and any cost saving that may be generated as a result of that. So I just wanted to make you aware of it, but we'll stay the course until July 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, we have one proclamation this morning. It is proclamation declaring National Public Works Week, May 18th through May 24th, 2025. It's pretty brief. I'll read this into the record. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital to sustainable and resilient communities, to public health, quality of life, and well-being of the people of Mojave County. Whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all department levels who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our county's transportation, water supply, public buildings, motor pool, parks, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens of Mojave County to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, through which Mojave County Public Works has been accredited since 2007. Now, therefore, we, the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim May 18th through the 24th, 2025, as the National Public Works Week in Mojave County, Arizona, to recognize the substantial contributions public works professionals make to protect health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. Proclaim this 19th day of May, 2025. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I just have it, do have it, so ordered. Director Latosky, to you and your staff, thank you for all that you do in this very, very geographically large county that we have here for everybody. So, we have two presentations that are scheduled on our agenda. The first presentation is by the Mojave County Airport Authority regarding the Laughlin Bullhead City Airport. Do we have anyone from their executive board here present to provide that presentation to the Board of Supervisors and the public?
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elders.
Mr. Bill Osborne, the executive director or president of the MCAA, informed me last week late. It was Friday morning, so it was past the time to change the agenda, that they will not be present today to present to the Board of Supervisors on the advice of their legal counsel.
Lawyered up.
Manager Elders, you and your staff have been trying to get them in front of this board and the public since last year sometime. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and board members, we requested some financial information as late as last year. I believe it was September, October when we started. The arrangement to have them present to you, the Board of Supervisors, were this year. It started at, I believe, about February, but the understanding was they were going to present in April, then it was pushed back to May, and now clearly it's not going to happen for some time. Again, on the advice of their legal counsel.
That's disappointing. I'd only make one comment. When the County of Mojave Board, as the leaseor, makes a request to you, Airport Authority as the leasee, and they request you to come to a meeting to present, you should show up. I think that there's a public responsibility to do that if you're operating on public land. So that's disappointing. Okay, we'll move on. Unless anybody else has any other comments on that.
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Martin.
I'd just like to go on record as saying that I think this is such a bad situation that they refuse to bring forth their financial information and the information that we as a board have requested. We have a right to ask for it, and by them stonewalling by whatever means, it would seem to me that there's a reason for this. It should be just a simple thing. We asked for it, they should give it to us. They're not doing it, and I'm thinking, why? And I think if somebody wants to do a little digging, we're going to find out why. And hopefully at some point in time, we'll be able to present this to the public so that you know what is going on down in that board, with that board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Borelli, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Supervisor Martin. What is transparency is they don't want any transparency, which is very disappointing to all the public, taxpayers.
Supervisor Gold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Davis, I believe that our lease has a clause in it that says that we can see their financials, doesn't it?
Supervisor Gould, that is correct. And I would say just on Friday, we did get their financials for FY23 and 22 audit. The 24 is forthcoming. So they recognize that we have spoken to their legal counsel and we're moving forward.
If they were to break our lease, I think we could go find a new tenant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Letman, any comments or no? Okay, thank you. We have one question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Attorney Davis. Is there a state nexus in here? Because the Auditor General can possibly do an audit.
I will investigate and get back to you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
We have one presentation that is here. Presentation and progress of the Mojave County Economic Development Strategic Plan and the Comprehensive Economic Strategy. Director Ursenbach, or did you want to lead this off, Manager Elters?
Mr. Chairman and board members, no, thank you. Tammy can lead it off.
Good morning, Tammy.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for, I'm trying to find it. Thank you for allowing me to come and share a little bit about, trying to figure out, there we go. Oops, come on, this mouse is moving. A little bit about what we've been doing since we started the strategic plan and since we've been here. And I'll keep it as quick as I can. I'm not going to go through and spend a lot of time. I wanted you to know the mission of the office and of our department and our vision. The mission is to create a business environment that attracts quality investments that will provide high-value jobs, foster growth, build community unity, generate affordable cost of living, and a great quality of life, as well as support and encourage visitors, tourism, and the film industry. And then the vision is for Mojave County is recognized as the most desirable and business-friendly place in rural Arizona in which to locate and conduct business. And I believe that we are. Mojave County's welcoming and attractive designation brings in visitors from all over the world. And just really quick, the goals in the the strategic plan and SEDS, which is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which is a federal document, is business attraction, which is new and expanding development, business retention and expansion, education and trained workforce, affordable workforce housing, infrastructure, collaboration, and tourism and film. And I'm going to go through those very quickly in just a few minutes. But before then, last time we met, a couple months ago, we talked about the clusters, healthcare and social services, manufacturing and transportation. We took out retail, restaurants, and hospitality and added data centers and construction. And I am requesting the board to put retail, restaurants, and hospitality back in because the federal document is for the whole county, including the incorporated cities. So we'll keep data centers, but I'm requesting that we be able to put that back in because this is not just a county-wide strategic plan for the unincorporated parts of the county, but it is for the whole county. So I don't know if you want to discuss that now or have me go on.
Supervisor Gould.
Director Ursenbaugh, what federal document do you speak of?
The SEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy that's been submitted to the EDA.
When was that?
In 2023.
For the purpose of?
It helps us in getting grants and other support through the federal government.
We could always amend that document.
We can. It's a long process, but we can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman.
Have we received grants from that?
We have not applied for grants since then.
Haven't applied for grants?
We have to apply for them, and I have not done that as recently. We have used this for some federal grants that the Local First has used and received grants through Local First, but not through our department.
Okay.
So it's something that they use not just through the county, but on the state level as well.
You can proceed with the presentation.
Pardon me? Oh, thank you. So some of the new businesses that have come in, Shambon Sons, Meyer Distributing, Next Gen Chirogenics, Titman Group, Crown, Dot Foods Expansions, the business, the bees and the market in Colorado City, but also Mountain America Credit Union, which they didn't have a bank or anything up that way, and Tri-State Equipment and Maintenance have all been ones that I've worked on and my department's worked on in the last few years. It's been hard. There's been hurdles to overcome. Inventory with land and buildings both are a challenge, especially because of an infrastructure. Lack of housing. We have lost businesses coming that wanted to come because we just don't have the housing for the new businesses that want to bring in large amounts of employees. And when I say large amounts, that might be 50. It's not a huge amount, but to them, if there isn't a lot of housing here, then they don't want to come. Transportation to different areas has been a challenge, and lack of daycares. And so those are some of the hurdles that we've gone through. Here's a list of just some of the projects that we have. And obviously Entrada being a big one. We're going to go out and look at that later today as well. But some of the others are a lot of manufacturing, a lot of data centers looking at the area. But again, some of that brings some challenges with infrastructure. And then the foreign trade zone under business development is one of the tools that we have that we're using to bring in new business. And we do have a lot of companies that are knowing that we are looking to bring in the foreign trade zone, knowing that's going through the processes that are looking to come into the area. Business retention and expansion. Here's a few that we've helped to actually increase and expand their business. American Plastics they've expanded twice and they're looking to expand a third time. Nucor Steel, and they're getting ready to open up their new melt shop next month. Honda World, Western Tri-State Equipment, Riverbound Storage, Topak 66 added a hotel that we've worked with. Shambon and Sons have expanded and built their own building, and Titman Group they're in the process of phase 2. Oh, and then this little thing here is just business retention expansion visits, just the last few months, the last three and a half months. We've done 27 visits of surveys, 4 41 introduction visits so that we can get down and do the surveys, and then 32 tourism visits. And then the next one is education and trained workforce, as well as collaboration and partnerships. And I'm going to work on or talk about those together in the fact that they really do go hand in hand. One of the things that we've been able, because education and trained workforce is so important, we collaborate with a lot of partners. And that's the reason, whether it's the college or Workforce Arizona at Work, the SBDC, all of those have been really important, strong support for us and collaborations, as well as the Arizona Commerce Authority, Apprenticeships Office, Local First Arizona, Education Forward with Achieve 60, and the Center for Arizona, for the Future of Arizona. So all of those are really important. The Northern Arizona Good Jobs Network grant is focused for Mojave County on manufacturing, but we also do the hospitality and RV, and what we're doing on that one specifically for the county is not specific to retail or hotels, but it's more the maintenance of the RVs that come in and the water sports vehicles, whether it's boats or whatever. It's making sure that we have the maintenance ready so that when somebody needs something that they're there. The medical is another one. Obviously, that was one of our clusters. And we're looking at not only doing medical assistance program in support with the hospital, but also they're looking at bringing in some other programs. And manufacturing and transportation, it was the one that our county is focused on, and our grant should be, we're getting a phase 3 grant coming through in a few months that we can actually help work on that and work with the actual manufacturers and providing training. So we've got a software program that we're using, as well as some other tools to help to not only educate the workforce, but the incumbents as well, and maybe get them some additional training that they need. And then wraparound services are a big one, as we've collaborated with some of the chambers of commerce. Lake Havasu City specifically is working on one that we've been helping with daycares, because we've got to have that. We've got to have the transportation to get the people to work. The film, tourism and film is the next one that we had on our list to talk about. And that's one that we have meetings monthly. We go out and meet with businesses to see how we can actually bring in more tourism and more film into the county. And we're starting to see more films and commercials coming in than what we had before. With Route 66 Centennial next year, I expect to see a lot more coming, because people are already starting to say, hey, we want to have a video, or we want something going on Route 66 before next year. We do have a website that is being developed, and I don't know if it's live today or if tomorrow, but it will be live. And that will help to not only to share what we have and get people to come in and bring people in from outside the area, but it will also help us to become a destination management organization through the state tourism department and through their office, which means we will have extra funding for marketing and specific help to bring in more tourists to the area. We have a trails map specific that we were going to develop, and we found some online that we can tap into, and so we're getting the word out for that, so that people, if they're lost in search and rescue, will have the tools that they need to be able to be found, as well as if somebody's coming, that they're going to know exactly where to go and they're not going to get lost in the first place. And then the community, we've really engaged in the community with the strategic plan. And so with that, we had 16 total community meetings that we held in 2023. And we had the goals that we ended up coming up with from the communities, not from me, but a lot of them were specific to what their needs were beautification and safety. Several had that. Water conservation and gardening. Community centers several had the need and the desire to do that. Teledoc and EMT training, fire department support and volunteerism, daycares, farmers market, and additional tourism. And with that, each community created, almost each, one of them did not, but almost each community created committees to work on, and some are very active and still going, and some are not as active. But Lake Havasu, we talked about the daycare, and they still have a daycare committee that's going. Yucca is working on a community center. They found land. We're just trying to focus on what that's going to look like and how we can get it built. Golden Shores has needed a generator for their community center, and I think that's been taken care of through the health department, but we've been working with them. Bullhead City's been working on housing specifically. They did not have any committees, but as a city, and they brought in some low-income housing as well as some additional apartments, and of course new housing that's come. Dolan Springs had their whole thing was cleaning up lots, and they went around with their groups, and some of BLM land that was just not taken care of, and they've gone on their own and cleaned up those lots, which has been really exciting to see. And they've actually found people that were homeless that they've been able to help to find places for them. Chlorides was a community center, and they had an old building that was not being utilized, and they've been able to use that building and fix it up and use as a community center. Peach Springs, one of theirs was for grant oversight support as well as new leadership. And they're getting the grant oversight support. We've been able to say, okay, what does this look like? Because they've lost some grants, but on top of that, they're getting new leadership that's coming in. And I had a phone call just last week of somebody else that's going to run for council. And they're excited, and they want to be able to make a difference in their community. Golden Valley, we had 2 meetings with, and we started out with tourism and water conservation and gardening. And we now have a list of 4 different committees that the people are working on. The one over tourism, the gentleman's passed away, and so somebody else is taking over. But things are moving. It's moving different time scales depending on the people in the community in those areas, but they are trying, and I'm excited to see that it's not left on the county to do everything. The people live there, and that's for them to be able to be excited and help make a difference. And that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Tammy. Questions from our board? Supervisor Martin.
Tammy, I recently talked to some people. There's a huge tourism deal for fishing in Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, and Lake Havasu. I've spoken to several of the guides, and they're getting a lot of calls, but there doesn't seem to be anything in the pipeline to let sportsmen and others know about these people down there that are available to take people out. Any way that we can get these fishing guides into the pipeline, the tourism pipeline, because that's a great business.
That is one thing that is on our agenda to work with, and we've already started talking to people. We had our little group. We had a meeting week before last as our department, and we have a yearly retreat where we plan out the year, and that was one of the top things that we wanted to bring in, because we understand that it is a big draw for the county.
It really is. I mean, I get calls all the time, and I'm referring them down to the people in Bullhead and in Kingman. So, I mean, it's there. We just need to get that word out to Phoenix and even California about the opportunities here to go out with these guys and go fishing, because they're doing really well, and it's a pipeline I don't think we're utilizing to the full ability that we can, and letting people know about this recreational activities. So if that's something you can get involved with, that'd be great.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
We have a couple of time-sensitive items today, and I'm going to move those up. I'm going to move up item number 41 and 32 for the board before we get into our consent agenda. So we're going to go to item number 40. 41, and item number 41 first, which is approval of the adoption of a resolution in support of including the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin in groundwater management legislation. Manager Elters, if you and your staff could sort of give an overview, historical, and what the data looks like today for the basin, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I think I'll go ahead and get started and ask staff to add any information that I may have left out. In a nutshell, the USGS water model was developed back in the 2018-2019 timeframe with the understanding and the intent that we needed reliable data about this aquifer and that it would be updated as time evolves and more data is available for the update. The first run was in 2021, and it was based on 2019 information about the water usage and the number of acres that were being cultivated, as well as the type of plant that was being grown. That model produced findings that basically said there is a deficit between what is being pumped out of the aquifer and the recharge, and that it was a concern, and this aquifer needs to have rural legislation to protect it. Fast forward, again with the intent that the model would be updated. The model was just updated in 2024 based on 2024 data. Observation of what is being cultivated, the number of acres, the amount of water that is being pumped based on the data received from ADWR. That model is currently being finalized and reviewed. USGS staff was instrumental in that update as well. We intend to present the finding in the next month or two, likely in June, to the board. But one thing I can tell you is the finding of the 2024 model are consistent with the finding of the previous model, which is there continues to be a deficit between the amount of water pumped from this aquifer and the recharge into the aquifer. So the aquifer continues to be considered, at least as according to the model and staff, to be at risk, and then it needs to be protected and needs to be included in any statewide effort or any rural groundwater management legislation that is passed by the House and Senate and signed by the governor. I would stop here in the interest of time, but these are our findings. Be happy to answer any questions or get staff to answer them. But our intent is to dot the I's, cross the T's, and have staff come and present to the board the findings of this latest model update. Thank you.
Any questions from the board members? Supervisor Martin, thank you.
County Manager, can you tell us at this point, were they able to determine, as far as water usage, who is using the most water? Do we know that?
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Martin, what I can tell you is the data that we used in the model is what we retrieved from the Arizona Department of Water Resources from ADWR. Now, there is the understanding that all water users would report their use to ADWR. ADWR would record it, and then we would have access to it. The degree of reporting, I think, varies significantly between one user and another. But what we used in the model water usage data from ADWR. As far as the acreage of cultivated land, that was actually observed and measured directly by staff, surveyed. That is fairly reliable information. And the nature of what is being grown is also based on actual observation of what's in the field, because the type of plant that is grown will require different amount of water as far as irrigation is concerned. So,
But we can't say that, the crops use X amount of water versus what the municipal people are using?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Martin, it's my understanding that the municipal users, the large ones, are reporting their numbers, and ADWR has it and has shared it with us. I do not believe that they have similar information from the growers, so I don't have that number today to point to it. And we did ask and follow through with ADWR to get that information. It's my understanding that it was not readily available to us.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Alters, to add to your point, I believe when ADWR came up here in 2002, when they were doing their public processes for that INA, that their hydrologist did model the major users, agricultural, industrial, residential, and I believe that they said over at that time, out of all of the water being used on an annual basis, that over 60% of that was attributed to the agriculture. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman and board members, that is accurate. That is what ADWR reported, and that is what our model findings are showing as well. They're consistent in that regards. The numbers really all are similar, and the overall takes are consistent, and they do align. There's a deficit between what is being pumped and what the recharge is, and when you look at the use, knowing what the domestic and municipal users are using, because it's being reported, you could see where the remainder of the usage is at.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. County Manager, so we have people on staff that can look at a farm field and tell how much water that farm used?
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Gould, what we do is we use drone technology available to us to determine what is being irrigated, the amount of land and the type of plant, and there is industry standards that is consistent, that is also used by the USGS for usage. And so one type of plant uses less or more than others, and whether it's at the early years or later years, it's an average that we do use. At the first model that was run, there were more alfalfa acres grown or planted. It's also understood that alfalfa has the highest use of water for irrigation. Since then, the amount of alfalfa acreage has declined, but more orchards, pistachio and otherwise, and it is my understanding and staff understanding that pistachio uses less water when it's young and then more water as time goes on, but it's an average that it's a factor that is applied once you determine what type of plant is being grown.
So the water usage from the farmers has been reduced then?
The water usage from the farmer has not been reduced. It's less than what the earlier model projected. The earlier model was based on the anticipated acres available for cultivation, as well as what the farmers said they intended to do. Back then, I was not here at that time. This was shared with staff and the board. What we do see is there is an increase in acreage, but a decrease in the amount of alfalfa that is being used. The aquifer is split into 3 sub-basins. It's the Kingman sub-basin, I'll call it the Wallapai sub-basin, or the central, and then the Greg Hideout sub-basin. The amount of acres cultivated in both the Kingman sub-basin and the Greg Hideout increased from the 2019 model, not to the degree that was anticipated in the previous model, but there was an increase. It was measurable, and there was so there is an increase in the amount of water used as well, but not to the degree that was anticipated in the 21 model. Overall, there continues, the findings of this update to the model continue to show a deficit between the pumped water and the recharge.
I would argue that the city of Kingman's use exceeds recharge. So you're always going to be in a deficit because the city uses more water than the recharge. We don't really even know what the recharge is because we just spent money, a year ago to have test wells drilled that we're going to monitor the recharge. I don't think those are online yet.
Mr. Chairman,
If they are, that's the fastest government project ever.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Gould, I don't want to debate that other than to say the USGS model and what ADWR developed and presented prior to the designation of INA in 2022 showed a recharge of 15,000 acres, natural as well as any man-made, and the city of Kingman uses under 10,000. So I don't have enough information to debate the point other than to say what we see, what we've anticipated, what ADWR presented is a recharge on the order of more than 10,000, and the city of Kingman uses, as of today, uses less than 10,000 acre feet a year.
But those are all speculative because we really have no hard science. I was here to vote to have ADWR put the INA on it. What was interesting is we did not have a lot of testimony at that meeting. ADWR put a public meeting on a month later. You had a packed room here of people. And I talked to several ranchers that said that various wells, they had wells that had been monitored back from the 70s. Some of those wells were higher, some of them were lower. So the whole thing's kind of inconclusive. It kind of sounds like our projection from that study was overly not like anti-optimistic that they were actually going to use more water, like a waterfall. So I wonder if our model was a little bit estimating on the high side.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, a model in anything is a model. It uses averages and assumptions. What I can tell you is what the farmers are doing. I trust is true and accurate. What we have learned in the geological surface conditions that we do have, there is the main aquifer, and then there are bodies of water that may and may not be connected to it. So if a well drops or does not drop,
If I stretch my legs out and unplugged it. Still plugged in.
Test. Test.
Test, test.
Is that better? There we go. You want to try to continue your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I was just basically saying I don't question what the farmers do say as far as their wells and other residents that have wells that may be not commercial farmers, but just use them for their domestic needs. I do believe what they say. My point is the model is based on the USGS model. This is really the best model that we have out there. It absolutely depends on the type of information that you enter in it, and we do everything we can to ensure that what we're plugging into the model when we run it is accurate, reliable, and reflective of the present conditions at the time of updating the model. So I just really, I didn't, we don't have an agenda or an objective here other than to point out that the findings, which we will come back and present to this board, are consistent with what ADWR did in prior or leading up to the INA and what we saw in 2021. It's consistent in that sense.
I'd like to see if Director Poultry has anything to talk about, and I think we do have a few speakers that are signed up, but if you want to just say your piece on the data, and we'll bring up the speakers, and then I think that I'd like to suggest that this item be brought back when you guys are ready to actually formally present all of the data in a PowerPoint. I think that's probably a better time. But you want to go ahead and offer up anything?
Yeah, Mr. Chairs, members of the board, I just wanted to concur with everything that Sam said. We are working on a presentation. We're meeting with the City of Kingman this week to kind of go over the results of the model, and then we're going to finalize our presentation and be able to bring it to the board, and we can discuss the exact numbers that we were able to come up with and how we got there, and where we need to go from here. One thing I did want to mention as well is the monitoring wells are moving forward. We're looking at pricing right now with getting some wells drilled. We were hoping that we could start drilling one of the first wells at the end of this month. It might be going into next month, but the wells are moving forward, and I think that's going to be a big asset to the knowledge that we have moving forward.
That's not the only data that we have, though. I mean, the county and the city have been working with the USGS and the ADWR since 2017, and I know that ADWR, USGS, they have access to different index wells already in this valley. It's not like we're shooting in the dark. their hydrologist said those two organizations have been working with the county and the city since 2017. So,
Correct.
I'm going to call the speakers up. We have the Honorable Ken Watkins, Mayor from City of Kingman. I know that he has a time conflict this morning, so I want to thank you for being here today and sharing your thoughts from the city. Thank you.
Chairman Lingenfelter, fellow supervisors and staff, I appreciate letting me stand up here and speak on this moment and just share a little bit of actually just observations even from today. But I would hope that we would all be interested in protecting our individual cities' groundwater. I reflect on the fact that as being this elected position that I'm in now, I have had a chance to sit on a number of boards. I sit on, of course, the Tri-City Council, which all three mayors and staff, city managers, we all attend on a quarterly basis to discuss the needs of our individual cities and share learning, and also we get reports from various entities, different state agencies, even from the county. As always, you're always invited to that Tri-City Council. That is in, of course, striving to work together to better our county, to better all three cities at the same time. Also, I serve on the Mojave County Water Authority, which some of you, I know Supervisor Lingenfelter, our Chairman Lingenfelter, and others are represent the county, and of course the cities are represented. Most importantly, Mojave County Water Authority, as individual cities, we have voices, but we blend those voices together to have more power. We as Kingman support our sister cities of Bullhead City and Lake Havasu City, especially with their needs and the problems they're having with Colorado River allocation. Likewise, when we were fighting to get this INA put in, those sister cities wrote letters of support to ADWR to support the city of Kingman in our needs to protect our water. You know, prior to 2010, some of the findings and reports that we do have as far as water usage, there was hardly any drawdown on that aquifer at all. Why? Because it was mostly cattle and cattle ranching, and of course, City of Kingman. And as Sam had just reported, the inflow was more than the outflow. But today, that does not exist, as looking at that report from ADWR in 2021. I find it interesting the fact that we are talking, there is some confusion whether we even support that report from 2021, the USGS report. We do support the one that you all just voted on about the uranium mining, and hardly to know water contamination from uranium mining. That was a USGS report. Same likewise with this 21 report. I think we should support those findings also and not debate them of what's happening to our aquifer. I think we as a county need to be united and supporting the city of Kingman on our request on this resolution that is coming forward before the board. Once again, I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for being here. Stephen Robinson.
Stephen Robinson, Golden Valley. I have been studying the water situation in Mojave County in the three aquifers since I moved here in 11. That was the year that USGS first produced a rough estimate. The detrital at that time was 4.5 million barrels or acre feet of water. The Hualapai was 15 million, and the Golden Valley or Sacramento Valley aquifer was 16 million. 16 months later, in 2013, February, they produced a more comprehensive, detailed strata study. In that study, the detrital went up to 7.9 million. The Hualapai surprisingly went down to 11.4 million. But the Sacramento Valley aquifer went up 79% to 28.4 million acre feet. That means there's so much water in the Sacramento Valley aquifer, over half of which is in Golden Valley proper. The rest of it is in Yucca area. We talked about development earlier today and the lack of housing. As we speak right now, the Planning and Zoning Department is ready to turn the whole corridor of the Highway 68 corridor into 1 acre lot minimum, taking away development opportunities in that corridor. If there's so much water in Golden Valley, in spite of what some people want to claim because they don't want anyone moving there, we should be encouraging, and I think the mayor would also support encouraging development in Golden Valley. It can be done wisely, it can be done carefully, because there's so much land, both with the Surbat and the Black Mountain ranges. There's so much BLM land within the valley floor that we will not have an explosion of growth. Now, if we did, I would put up 2 billboards, one at Needles and one at the Colorado River, I-10, and it would say, liberals, welcome and enjoy your visit. Conservatives, come to stay. But that's my own political perspective. But the fact is, we need to encourage development. We cannot go degrowth like is being proposed right now, especially for Golden Valley. I'll speak later to that issue, but regarding this Hualapai Aquifer, if those numbers are correct, and that's always an if, a big if, because the underlying assumptions of millions of years to build up the aquifer may not be accurate, but that's where the numbers come from, is that assumption of millions, if not billions of years to develop the aquifer. Thank you.
Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you. Jennifer Esposito, Kingman, publisher, Mojave Free Press. I covered the issue with Kingman in my previous issue of my newspaper. Kingman is arguably the largest water user. Nobody has addressed the fact that the injection well that was supposed to put 22% of their use back into the aquifer has never been brought online. Mayor Watkins said at a local Republican meeting that ADEQ had never issued the permit. So I reached out to ADEQ, but I have not, to the Aquifer Protection Program, I have not received a response from them yet. So I would not make any action on this until you find out why hundreds of millions of gallons every year are being dumped out into the desert to evaporate when Kingman is arguably the largest water user. I really don't think it's a problem with the farms. Nobody's really farming alfalfa anymore out there. It's all trees. I drive through it when I deliver the newspaper. The biggest problem that I have, this is a hard no for me, because the last thing you want to do is give up local control to a board that is appointed by a Democrat governor. I have no idea why anybody would want to do that, but you need to keep local control in Mojave County. You need to decide what projects go forward with the, development or zoning changes or, these green energy projects that suck water and whatever. You guys have done a fairly good job of taking control of that at the local level. So the last thing we want to do is give up our local control over our aquifers to any sort of statewide government panel appointed by, especially the current governor. We don't know who the future governor will be, hopefully not the one we have now. But we want to keep control local. And we need to address why Kingman is allowing millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of gallons to be sucked out of the aquifer and just dumped on the desert to be evaporated. Okay, it's a big problem. And nobody's, I haven't yet got an answer on it. I think I published it in the January issue. So I drive by there and check on it every month now, just to see if it's still going. The cows are drinking the water. It's obviously treated wastewater effluent. You can smell the chlorine. It's doing a great job of watering the desert, but what it's not doing is putting that water back in the aquifer. And meanwhile, you, this board, and the city of Kingman are approving more and more development, and those houses are depleting the aquifer. but we're not putting that water back in. Kingman expanded their sewer system into Butler with ARPA money given to them by the previous District 4 supervisor. So now they're actually processing more water that used to go back into the ground through septic tanks, and it's now going through the treatment plant, which apparently is just being dumped in the desert. So I think before anybody takes any action, that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Just to clarify that when the Arizona Department of Water Resources came up in 22, they modeled with their hydrologists that the farms were pumping every year a little over 26,000 acre feet, and the city of Kingman was just about, I think, a little under 10 or about 10,000 acre feet a year. So 26,000 acre feet is a lot larger than what the city's using, and that's billions of gallons of water. Kathy Taggett-Hicks. And Shane, you're on deck. Morning, Kathy.
Good morning. Honorable Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Kathy Tackett-Hicks. I'm here on behalf of myself and my knowledge. I'm kind of flabbergasted to hear some of the stuff I've heard today. I've been involved in water issues since the early 90s with the Mojave County Water Authority. I was part of that team that set that together, so I'm happy that that's still running. I did specifically meet with Manager Elters, Chairman Lingenfelter, to discuss what I saw in the old report. I am very concerned that there's a lack of transparency in all of these water issues. I'm here to say I absolutely implore you not to approve this resolution, because you're turning over your authority for all water issues to an unknown entity. It talks about two things, SB 1520, and it talks about this proposed groundwater management area group team. It's been talked about for years. It's never been agreed upon. It is not agreed upon now. It is identified and discussed at the legislature because I've been there many times. Okay, I'm involved in the stakeholders group with 1520, just like Mr. Lingenfelter. This whole thing is aggravating because I just want the truth to be known. I also saw that the county has already made some forecasts for the water. Looks like we have 100 years water. Saw that, and I'm wondering why we're not celebrating. We need to celebrate. We have more than enough water here. This resolution is asking you to sign over without understanding what is going on. Literally, it says any legislation you're agreeing to. It's outrageous. I'm completely flabbergasted. We need to have open discussions on the water. That report that went out, that the ADWR report that the mayor says we all need to believe, we absolutely should not believe. We should not believe because it's based on assumptions. And I give credit to the county and the people that are trying to work on the water that you made worst case scenario assumptions. I understand that. What I did show Sam, what I've showed Mr. Lingenfelter, and I've showed several other people, and I'm going to show more. Because I'm flabbergasted we're not talking about the truth. In this report, which by the way, all the data was given by Mojave County staff and City of Kingman staff to develop this report. Yes, it's under the auspice of the USGS study. But if we all remember, the first USGS study that came out said we were fine. But that didn't suffice for what the county and the city wanted to do in terms of controlling water. So they developed their own. They provided data and they worked with them. I tip my hat to you. No kidding. No place has ever gotten an INA approved with 5 or 6 years of plantings done. Is absolutely unheard of. It was a political marvel. Tip my hat to you. But it's not based on fact. And we're finally getting real water data, and it shows that we have water. I just want to show this one thing, if we can show this document. And this is what I've shown most people.
All right, Kathy, I have a couple questions for you really quick.
Yeah.
And I respect you. I think you're doing a great job.
I respect you. That's why I spoke with you.
I want to know, are you currently receiving any consultancy funding from the corporate farms that are operating in the Wallapai Basin right now?
I work for Mr. Al Barbridge, as you know, on the Entrada project. He owns the Barbridge Farms up there. I used to be working full-time for the Peacock Farms up until a couple years ago. I have done work occasionally. I am not receiving anything in terms of this. I've been on this podium about these issues for 35 years.
Yeah, I understand that. I saw you recently at a hearing down at the state.
Yes.
With the Duartes, who actually own Peacock Nuts.
Jeff was there.
and you guys were there together. I watched the video.
Yes,
And you guys
yes.
sat together, you spoke together.
We did. We're friends.
Are you receiving any sort of money from Peacock Nuts and the Duartes right now on this issue?
I received a check. I filed their groundwater reports that they have to do. I did tell them I was going to speak. I haven't invoiced them for this meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of a tricky thing, right? I know you're trying to say I'm only saying this because I work for them, but I believe in this.
What
I've
I'm
been
trying
involved
to say
long
is,
before I met them, and by the way, I'm super excited and jazzed and proud to work with quality organizations like that group, like Al, that are coming in. They've already invested the Peacock, over $100 million on that one farm. We are going to see lots of things happening. And I had more to offer, but my time is up.
okay, thank you. Shane? Boothwaite? Yeah. When we get back to discussion, we can call her back up.
Howdy there. My name is Shane. I live in Kingman. I think that was an interesting note there, Travis. I am curious why anyone would be opposed to stricter measures against these farms. I mean, my perspective, I work on a ranch that provides beef locally. I don't think anyone seems to have any problem with farms that are providing for the area. That makes sense. I think the only problem people have is when you're taking the water, you're taking the land, and you're sending it to who knows where, everywhere other than here. That's a problem. That can't be the norm. I think there's a couple things that are worth considering. I also work for a company called Aquaterix, which in other countries, other areas, I guess you could sum it up by saying that now you got the groundwater basins, but there's deeper aquifers than are currently being accessed by anybody. And the idea behind the company I work for there is these commercial operations who have the funding, who have the ability to tap 10,000-foot deep wells, you are actually separating these commercial uses from residential and local needs. So it's the perfect solution. I mean, we could debate all these details, but at the end of the day, if we're going to have these kinds of farms, it's not out of the realm of possibility for them to invest in deeper wells that then keep their pull of that water separate from what everyone else is dealing with. Because there's also there's other factors to the recharge of water, such as like where we find ourselves at the end of the Colorado Plateau. All that water that comes from the mountains in Colorado, it doesn't only go down the river. There's underground rivers, there's passageways, there's aquifers that are connected in ways that we don't really all know all the where and what. But if you could go out in the desert and you see a line of trees down a wash, it's kind of a good indication of where that water is traveling below the surface. But I guess what I'm getting at is I think there's a pretty uniform belief that, like, if these farms are providing for the local community, that's great. Use all the water you want to make sure, but to send it to foreign places, that's unacceptable by any. But then if that's gonna happen, then these huge tree farms, alfalfa, could grow whatever they want if they tap into these deeper aquifers. And so I'd be happy to possibly stay in connection and explain a little bit more about how that's possible. But I guess that's all I'll say. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. That was the last speaker. We'll get into discussion. What I will say is you've got these Saudi Arabian and United Arab Emirates and California firms that come over to this basin and do export agriculture. Arizona farms can't go over there and do the same thing that they're doing here. So I know a lot of the citizens that live in the Kingman area, they have a problem with that. I know that they've all followed the law, but a lot of people have a problem with that. Kathy, can you come back up? I think that there's some other questions from some of the other supervisors. And as you noted, I don't think everybody now, says that I think at the time we said that the 21 modeling that the USGS and the report that they did was the best available that we had. We've now worked with ADWR and USGS to update that. I wish to have been since the INA was put into place. I think that that's fair. Have been since the INA was put into place. I think that that's fair. But to say that this is political or that it's somebody that's doing this on an agenda, I don't have any personal stake in this. I get so much crap thrown at me for actually advocating. Or, the end goal is, as Supervisor Gould said, we're never going to hit sustainable yield, which is where you have enough, as much water going back and recharge into the basin as is being taken out. We're never going to hit safe yield. I think the goal is, everybody understands that it's what they call managed depletion, right? And the goal is for our citizens here is to keep water as, good water quality, available for as long as possible and at the most affordable rates as possible, because we know that the southerly part of the basin is where the city has their well field. That's the part of the basin that's going to go dry first. If you know that the trajectory is headed there, to me, it just seems logical that you would try to be proactive as soon as you can to try to manage depletion to create as much time as you possibly can. We all know it's going to go down. There's nothing that I don't think that we can do to stop that. But to actually say, let's wait until it gets worse, like in Cochise County, where that they have land subsidence and they have, in some extreme cases, some land fissuring. I don't think that we should wait to do that. I don't think that we should wait to see that. And I think that, here we are rallying against a locally controlled, Senate Bill 1520 in its current form is not what we want. It's not. And we haven't been successful in getting to the negotiation table to get what Mojave County wants. But I say any local solution or a third framework option for rural is far better than an AMA. And I would tell everybody in the audience right now that under state law, under state statute, and we've seen them use this power at ADWR and at the governor's office right now, they already have the power to create subsequent AMAs. They just did it in Cochise County.
Yeah.
They just made an AMA. They have that power. They could do that here. That's why we're advocating for a better solution that's locally controlled. So we don't have a Phoenix-controlled AMA. That's why we're doing this, and it's based on the data. So, Supervisor Borelli, did you have some questions?
Yes. But more to that point, Cochise County asked for that AMA. This Kathy, right?
Yes.
What you were referring to, this data, is that the letter that came out to the county the last few weeks?
There was a letter issued, and then there's a forecast. It's just a general forecast, but it's outstanding because it shows about 100 years of water with what we have. I think it shows 2120. Anyways, it's exciting. It's awesome.
Are you referring to the Scientific Investigations Report 2021 through 2050-77?
No, that was the original report that came out. And the reason I say that, Travis, I respect the conversation. I want to have these debates. I want to have the discussions, but I only want to deal in truth. And this is where maybe we don't feel the truth is the same. But I'll tell you why in that report, Mr. Borelli, if you can show this screen right here, which is what I showed everyone, that report was made up of worst-case scenario assumptions, which we all know that. There was a fear that we were going to be in trouble. I did not believe that fear, but once it was done, I got up and spoke against it because I didn't believe it was true. But it shows, see this orange one right here? I specifically showed you, Mr. Lingenfelter and Mr. Elters, that farm, that assumption was never even built. And it showed that thing would be drawing 40,000 acre-feet a year this year. It didn't happen. Of course the study is going to be better. That study also showed about another 16,000 acres being planted. But if you understand ag, it doesn't happen overnight. The assumptions we believed, we knew, were incorrect. But there was a tidal wave going. There was no stopping it. But I did come back a few months ago and say, okay, now we need to tell our citizens, guess what? We do have water. We're supposed to be, yay, let's have a party. We don't have a problem, but we still have to plan. So I was thrilled when I saw a forecast projection that showed that we're in a really good position. And when we get absolute data, which you and I did discuss, Mr. Lingenfelter, it would be awesome. So we are in a good spot.
Can we get that slide back up on the screen, please? And I don't disagree with you. To provide some context to this is from the 21 study.
Yes.
At the time, nobody here knew that an INA was even possible. I mean, we were...
That was used for the INA.
No, well, it was used as part of the INA, but the INA process didn't start until mid-2022. And so this report came out in 2021.
Yeah, it was used.
So what I'm saying, if you can go back to that slide really quick, can I show you that at the time what the assumptions were from the city and the county. Here we saw, all these Saudi Arabian and Middle Eastern companies, California companies coming over. Collectively, they own 78,000 acres in the basin, and they were really trying to expand at a pretty aggressive clip back then. And so, we didn't think that they bought all those 78,000 acres just to pay property taxes on them. They wanted to do something with them. And so that went into some of the modeling and the assumptions that, hey, we have this expansion. We don't have any INA or protections right now. They own 78,000 acres. We don't think that they bought them just to pay property taxes on them. They want to use them for some sort of a commercial purpose. So that's kind of the context of this slide. I mean, since then, absolutely. I think everybody agrees that with the INA, it has helped, but we need to really see what the data says now. And that's why I'm saying that, I think I'd like to see this item postponed until that data gets completely finalized by the governing organizations, USGS, ADWR, county, city. They make the presentation, and then we can really, in a much more informed way, say, here's what the data looks like now.
I agree, because this data from the original assumption showed about 36,000 acre-feet of water a year extra that was coming out, which is not.
Sure. Supervisor Burley, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have additional questions?
That was on page 23 of that
Yeah.
Department of Interior U.S. Geological Survey.
Yeah, that was on the first one. So there's been an updated little forecast, which, I mean, like I said, I was thrilled to see it. I was so happy.
So based on this projections on the study back then, and these developments didn't occur, so the sky is not falling?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But we still need to plan. We need good planning. If I can just say one thing, because you brought it up a few times, Mr. Lingenfelter, talking about these Saudi Arabian and stuff like that. To my knowledge, I have no idea what you're talking about. I know years ago they bought land. I believe right now that there is an international group that owns about 3 acres, which they lease, or not 3 acres, 300 acres, and they lease for garlic or onions. So I don't know what you're talking about. And I saw your post. I was... it was a cheap shot to say I was hired by them in California. It came from you, and I'm like, okay, I'll talk to Travis at Starbucks again about this. Because I'm not fighting you. I am fighting for the truth, though. And I do not work for them. I've never worked for them. I work for California, the California Ag, but you said, it was silly. And I don't want to degrade to that.
Can I get Scott to come up, Director Holtree? Prior to Tim Walsh moving over to the city to take their manager position, I believe that we had Aldara from United Arab Emirates and a few others that owned much more than 300 acres. Do you know just off the top of your head, the acreage ownership?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, I am not familiar with that number right off the top of my head. I could look to my staff to see if they know.
No, that's okay. Were there any other comments from the board? If not, I'd like to make a motion that this be postponed until that actual data is ready to be presented by the county and the city.
So you're making a motion to continue?
Yes, sir. Until that presentation that they're going to do.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I appear to have it, do have it so ordered. I believe we have somebody on the line also for item number 32, discussion possible action, accept Mojave County's audited annual financial reports presented by the Auditor General's Office and audit contract firm Walker and Armstrong. Director Mornian, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter, board members, and county manager. I have with me here today Curtis Bright, who's a partner with the accounting firm Walker and Armstrong, and then online from the Auditor General's office we have Carla Wall. Ms. Wall, thank you for your patience. Let me get the slides up, and then Mr. Bright can get into the presentation. Go ahead, Ms. Wall.
Chairman, members of the board. Before Curtis jumps in and gets those detailed results to you, my name is Carla Wall, and I'm a technical manager with the Arizona Auditor General's office. And on behalf of the Auditor General, we appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today and to have our contract auditor, Mr. Curtis Bright with Walker & Armstrong, join us in presenting the county's fiscal year 2024 audit results to you. Thank you so much for having us. Before Curtis presents those results, I'd like to just briefly explain our role as it relates to the audit process. The Arizona Auditor General is responsible for conducting annual audits of all Arizona counties or for causing those audits to be conducted. We sometimes contract audits due to our staffing levels and other audit demands. And when we contract county audits, we ensure that we select qualified CPA firms with experience in auditing counties and an understanding of how they operate within the state of Arizona. We contracted with Walker & Armstrong for the county's fiscal year 2024 audits. As part of our responsibilities related to the county's audit, we work with and provide direction to Walker & Armstrong and their team as needed throughout the audit process. Once the audit's in its final stages, we review the county's draft audit reports, which are prepared by Walker & Armstrong, to help ensure the audit reports meet applicable standards and that the auditor opinions expressed within those reports are consistent with the financial statements and any reported findings. So with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Curtis, and he'll discuss the county's 2024 audit results with you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Like she said, my name is Curtis Bright. I'm with Walker & Armstrong. I'm a partner with the firm, and we had completed the June 30, 2024 audit. We have issued a couple of different documents as part of the audit. One of them was the financial statement of the county, which included the note disclosures as well as all the financial statements of the county. We also issued what's called a single audit, which includes a report on compliance with federal funding, as well as a report on internal controls. And then we issued a third item, which is a letter that was directed directly to the board, as required by our auditing standards. I'm going to summarize these three documents. As a CPA, I love financial statements, I love numbers, but I want to make sure we summarize the things that we find is pertinent to the county from these three documents. So first, the whole reason of receiving an audit is to receive an opinion on your financial statements. And so that opinion is the information presented materially correct, and is it following the way that governments are required to report their financial statements? And we did issue a clean or a unmodified opinion on the financial statements. There are two different things that will look similar or slightly different from the prior year audit. We have to let you know that there were a few minor changes. There was a new accounting standard that changed the way we reported one minor item in our note 1 that you'll see that. And then we also added an additional fiduciary statement for the 457 plan that was not previously part of the audit, which changed beginning numbers changed to the financial statements for the fiduciary funds, not the county funds. A few key financial performance measures. The total government activities current assets is about $255 million, of which $234 million of that is in cash, sitting in for the governmental activities. It increased about $21 million from the prior year, and we'll get into a little bit of why that occurred in a little bit. If you take all your current assets, which includes your cash and investments and your receivables that are owed to the county, that is about 135% of the total expenses for 2024. So you have a good reserve in cash sitting available for the county to use. Some of that is restricted for grant funding and for various other things that are restricted for specific purposes. And then in the summary, we'll talk about the findings at the end of the presentation, but we did have 3 significant deficiencies in internal controls for the financial statements and 1 regarding for the compliance of the single audit. And so we'll talk about that here shortly. As it relates to comparison to 2023, there was 1 finding that was corrected from 23 to 24. So if we look at a summarized financial statement that I have presented here, as we mentioned, the current and other assets increased about $21 million, and that's mostly because the revenues for the year exceeded the expenses. And so overall, you had a positive increase in the cash and receivables. The other major change on your assets is you have your net pension OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits. These are related to your pension plans for the various pension plans the county is involved in. That increased slightly. The bigger increase on the assets is the capital assets. So you had about $16 million of increase in capital assets. That was about $33 million of increases or purchases during the year, and it was offset by the depreciation of $15 million. And is what that depreciation is just spreading the cost of the asset over the life of the asset. On the liability side, your current liabilities decreased about just under $8 million. And the big portion of that is just timing of when your expenses were, when you had expenditures and when you paid them. So your overall accounts payable decreased about $3.3 million from the prior year. And then your unearned revenue also decreased. And that is, unearned revenue is when you receive the cash prior to spending the money for various projects. The non-current liabilities decreased about $16 million. And most of your non-current liabilities is hung up in your pension liabilities. And so I'm going to go to the next slide really quick. So this is going to show you your makeup of your non-current liabilities. So the big portion of your non-current liabilities is your pension liability for the various pension plans the county is part of at $105 million. And then there's a few other liabilities that are out there: compensated absences, leases, subscriptions, and claims and judgments. And so overall, the other ones are pretty insignificant compared to the pension liability. And the decrease this year was largely because of the actuary calculations for the pension liability. Your overall pension liability decreased about $18 million from last year to this year. When we're looking at revenues, on the revenue side of the county, overall revenues increased about $30 million from prior year, or from 2023 to 2024. Is what that is made up of is your charges for services increased about $8 million due to the increase from the opioid settlement revenues that were settlements that were received during 2024. The operating grants and contributions increased $12 million. Most of that is because you use some of the LATCF funding, of $4 million, and the capital improvement tax of $6.6 million. Your other taxes increased about $4.5 million, primarily due to $3 million increase in property taxes and another $1 million in state shared revenues and sales taxes. The other revenues increase of $4.8 million is pretty exclusively your investment returns. Investments earned significantly more in 24 than 23, and so the investment earnings was about $4.8 million larger in 24 than 23. So overall, that's what makes up your overall revenue increases for the county. I am a visual person sometimes, and so it's good to see where trends are at. And so we put it together a 3-year trend of just so you can see where the different revenues are for the 3 years of the different types of revenues that are reported on your financial statements. On the expense side, overall expenses were pretty consistent. It decreased about $1 million from the 23 to 24. No major changes throughout the year. There were some fluctuations up and down. We've put them here on the slide for details, but nothing major that changed. General government increased $2 million due to various things that were offset by some increases of non-capital repairs, salaries and related, and a decrease of some program expenses for the year. So overall, your highways and streets is the other large one, decreased about $6.7 million just due to a decrease in repairs and vehicles of $3.3 million and decrease to aid to other governments of $3.6 million. So overall, your expenses from 23 to 24 were fairly consistent through the year. And again, it's good to see a trend of kind of things where things are at. These last couple of years have been hard to look at trends just because of the additional federal money and COVID money that was sent out. So it's really hard to find a trend for the last several years, but typically your expenses have been following your revenues. And then if for total revenues and total expenses, just to see them together the last 3 years, your revenues have exceeded your expenses. So the blue line is the revenues, the red is the expenses, and then the green at the top is what's called your net position, which is basically, if you think of a business world, it's your net worth of the county, your assets less your liabilities for the county. There's one other area that we report on, which is the business type activities, and this is what this includes is the departments and portions of the county that operate more like a business, and that's the landfill, the GVID, the parks, and some other similar type entities. And so they get reported separately from the governmental activities of the operations of the county. So overall, those I've documented some of the changes. Their current and other assets decreased $3.8 million. There's a decrease in cash of $4.4 million, but they also loaned some of the general fund money to help pay for some of the pension liabilities to get the funding for the pension liabilities in front of it. The other assets increased $3.6 million. I'm sorry, the other assets is where that advance to the other general fund is showing up of $3.5 million increase. Overall, the other changes within the business type activities were pretty consistent, and nothing major things to talk about for the operations of those businesses. The key here is that they all operated within their revenues exceeding their expenses for the business type entities. Before I move forward to the other sections of our presentation, was there any questions on any numbers or any discussion?
Any questions from the board? Continue. Excuse me, Supervisor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bright said pension liability went down.
Mm-hmm.
Why was that?
So the pension liability is a calculation by some actuaries over at PSPRS and ASRS is where the two big plan administration is. And the reason why it would go down is the fluctuation of did investments go up at the plan? Do you have more employees that are part of the plan? Are they living longer? The ratio of males to females of how much you expect to pay out when people retire. There's a lot of calculations that go into that. We rely on the information that's audited by the PSPRS and the ASRS plans to pull information into the audit. And so the big chunk of that is the reason why this decreased in 24 for across the board is just the investments that the pension plans did significantly better than estimated.
Thank you, sir. Travis. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Wetman.
Is this the appropriate time to ask you questions about management's discussion or cover that later?
The management's discussion analysis?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask questions regarding that.
Okay. Could you just define again the difference between a total fund balance and net position? I'm assuming net position is used for enterprise-like funds.
So in the accounting world, there's two different ways that things are reported. You have a fund report, which is in the financial statements are called a balance sheet, and a statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. And that's really geared towards your current operations. It removes the long-term liabilities and long-term assets. And so when you're talking about a fund balance, it's talking about your revenues and your expenditures, which is not, so if you spend money on a capital asset, you don't capitalize it as an asset, you expense it as an expenditure. And so it really follows more of a modified cash or a more of a current basis versus a net position as a government-wide, talks about more of an economic of your total assets and your total liabilities. And so it's really two different ways of reporting similar numbers. The fund balance is your current portion of what you have available and is available resources today, and the net position is your long-term, everything included. You don't have your long-term liabilities and your long-term assets is really what that includes on those.
Okay, so for instance, on the county's capital improvement fund, which had a total fund balance at the close of the period being looked at, was $27 million and change. Just one minor item on here. It noted that it was a decrease of $10.8 million from 2023, and the explanation behind it was revenues increasing by, this is, by the way, I was on page 12. The overall revenues increased by $7.3 million, while expenditures increased by $7.6 million. I'm not sure how that equates to a decrease of $10.8 million.
Pull that up, I apologize.
Yeah, page 12, second to last paragraph. And obviously, while you're looking at that, why I think it's good to have $27 million sitting in the capital improvement fund. I would be very interested in what the net position of that fund is, considering that we have future obligations.
Looking at So that fund, the reason why it decreased is because it transferred out $9 million to the general fund. And so yet the revenues and expenses did increase, but it also transferred out money to another fund, which is why it had an overall decrease in the fund balance.
Okay, so again, I would have enjoyed you don't need to provide it, obviously, as part of your analysis, but a net position balance for that fund, because obviously out of that $27 million, we have future obligations. We're putting together a legal services building behind our current courthouse. That's obviously a future obligation. So I'm assuming I would go over to the finance department to see what the real balance is.
That is correct. So this is the fund balance, which is the cash you have today and any current liabilities and when we're talking about a current liability, this is an expenditure that you've already incurred that you haven't spent yet. And so if you already have a capital plan to spend money in the future, that's not included in the financial statements.
Okay, but it would be on page 13 for instance, the GVID fund and the Parks Fund. I'm assuming since those are defined as net positions, you've taken a look at future obligations.
Only if they've been contractually obligated and the expenditure incurred and the expense incurred prior to June 30th. If you have a plan to spend the money in the future, but you haven't gone through the actual signing contracts and the building being built yet, then it is not part of a liability. There's a note disclosure that talks about future commitments, to where you have future commitments for the use of these funds, but because you don't actually have a physical asset yet, there's no liability yet. Because we're only looking at if you have an expense that the good or service has been received.
Okay. This is kind of a technical item, but on page 14, it talks about long-term liabilities, which you're just referencing. And there's one of the sentences in there talks about compensated absences payable of $6.8 million. Is that what I think it is? PTO, whatever we want to call it.
That compensated absences is if everyone was to leave the county today, that's what you'd have to pay out based on your current policies. Because your current policy for compensated absences allows people to carry over a certain amount of PTO, and then if they leave the county for various reasons, then you pay it out. And so this is the amount, if the entire county was to leave today, that's the dollar amount that would have to get paid out.
That number is not reflected in the fund balance, obviously, because they haven't cashed out.
It's in the government-wide net position on the non-current liabilities, on the statement of net position right here on the non-current liabilities.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Please continue.
All right, moving on to the letter, there's a few things that we have to make sure we discuss directly with the board. As mentioned, the note 1 of your financial statements does have all of the policies of the accounting of how things are calculated and where information comes from. We do have to let you know if we had any difficulties in performing audit, and we worked great with Luke and the finance team and Eddie. We had no difficulties in performing the audit. We did have some changes to some numbers for various items as we were doing audit procedures, and we worked with the team to identify and worked with Eddie and Luke to correct the financial statements, but we did have some changes. They were attached to the letter. If we go into the findings, so like I said, we did have some findings regarding the financial statements. This first one is improving internal controls over account reconciliations. This is the piece that I just mentioned. We had some corrections to some numbers, so the inventory that was done was not reconciled to the accounting records, and so we had to correct those. There are many outstanding checks on the bank reconciliations that are back to 2021 and not followed up on, of why they're still outstanding and are they still owed. And then the 457 deferred compensation plan that was not previously part of the audit. The second finding that we have is related to IT. And with IT being a big player in the financial world these days, audit standards have required us to look further into IT and how they affect risk within the county. So we have met with IT and gone over specifics of what the specific findings have been. And so this 2024-02 finding is about overall risk assessment process, and including identifying, analyzing, and responding to the county's IT systems and risks. There's a plan in place with the IT is working through to implement this finding. I know it has been a finding for a couple of years, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time to work through the process to clear some of the findings. And then the third financial statement related finding relating to IT is having a contingency planning, to have a contingency plan and to test a contingency plan is really what it comes down to for this specific IT finding. And so there's lacks key elements relating to logical access controls and contingency planning. So if there is a major disaster, if there's something happened, what's the plan? How do you overcome any down IT systems and how it affects the county? And we did have one single audit, which is the federal findings, the federal awards finding. There were 3 out of 7 monthly federal financial reports that we had tested that were filed late, specifically the July 23, August 23, and May 24 reports were filed late for one of the federal programs. They were filed, they were accurate, they were just not filed timely. I think they were a couple days late. And with that, if there's any other questions related to any of the findings or any other items.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Lettman?
Are you the appropriate party to talk about the corrective action plan?
So the corrective action plan is in the financial statements. However, it's all from management, and we reviewed it to make sure it addresses the plan. But if you want specifics, that would be the finance team that would, Luke, if you don't mind sharing.
I do have some specifics.
Yes, Supervisor Lettman.
So on the first item, the improve internal control over account reconciliations, I assume this is being remedied by the addition of an FTE at minimum in the new fiscal budget.
Supervisor Lettman, Chairman, we do have a request for an additional accountant in the FY26 budget. I will say that there's kind of 3 sub-findings within this one finding 2024-001. Curtis spoke about the inventory not being reconciled back. That we have made some changes procedurally. The outstanding checks in the bank reconciliations, about 80% of those were related to checks issued by the Treasurer's Office as part of the annual deed sale. And so because those property owners that they issue checks to reside in a number of different states, there's different periods before those checks are basically marked as still dated, and so they are modifying their processes to really provide a greater level of detail there. And then within the finance department, because we look at those reconciliations, we are putting procedures in place with my staff, with the actual accountants that oversee those recs, to give them a little bit more guidance, detail around, what is acceptable for an item to stay on that reconciliation as an outstanding reconciling item. And so they'll be taking a closer look at that as well. And then the deferred compensation plan that wasn't included in the fiduciary statements, this really came down to a matter of who has control of the funds, right? The auditors determined that the county, because we had some say in how that plan was set up initially, that we do in fact have control over the funds, and so they needed to be included in the financial statements.
Okay. The second and third findings involved IT. Very impressive how they wrote this. So in looking at this, I noticed that one of them, and I'm not going to assume we're at risk of being hacked. We're always at risk of being hacked, but you can kind of, by wordsmithing, read some things into these two findings. What I thought was fascinating was on the third one, the corrective action plan by our CIO called for a completion date of June 30th of this year, which is, 5 weeks away. But the second and more serious finding on number 2, we have a completion date of June 30th of 2026, which is 13 months away. Why do we have such a lengthy completion period for this second one?
It does look like we have IT director standing behind you if you need some help.
Okay, I can speak to this. The reason that we set that that remediation date so far into the future is because in speaking with Director McDaniels, the plan is to partner with the Arizona National Guard to do this entity-wide or the entity-wide risk assessment. At the time that we put together the correction action plan, Director McDaniel did not have a firm timeline from that entity as to when they could work that in and when they could perform that risk assessment with the county. So we wanted to push that deadline out in order to give ourselves enough time. In all likelihood, it will happen sooner than that, but we don't want to put a deadline there and then fail to meet it and have to come back and explain that.
Maybe we could get an update on this quarterly going forward. I would like to see that.
I can certainly work with Director McDaniel on that, Supervisor Letman.
It's important. That's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other supervisors have comments? Thank you very much. This was just a report. This doesn't require any action or a vote from the board. Is that correct?
That is a good question.
I just read how it was agendized. It didn't look like we were asking to be.
Mr. Chair, just a vote to accept.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept.
Motion to accept the report.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, now we'll move to the consent agenda, items 5 through 30. Supervisor Martin, would you like to take anything off of the agenda today?
Nothing.
Supervisor Borelli?
No.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 18 and number 29.
18 and 29, thank you. Supervisor Letman?
I have no items to remove.
All right, looking for a motion to accept the consent agenda, items 5 through 30 minus items 18 and 29.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Item number 18, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we're being asked to approve checks that we have no idea what they go for. We have amounts, we have vendors, but I don't have any idea of what those checks went for. We need to get more information on these things because I, for one, don't like to approve blank checks.
Good morning, Director Acton.
Good morning. Item number 18 is the procurement monthly report with the purchase orders and what those are for, so I'm not sure if you pulled the right item.
Monthly report for procurement activity between 10,000 and 100,000?
Yeah. And we do have the detail. Every one of those, we issue the purchase order between $10,000 and $100,000 with a description of what we were purchasing.
Is it in the backup?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't show. All I saw was the amount, the name, the vendor, and the amount.
I'm not sure. That's what our report is not about checks or payments made. Our report is the purchase orders issued authorizing purchases to be made. And in that one, we attach the purchase order as backup, as well as in the monthly report, we do a narrative description of who we're purchasing, what department we're purchasing on behalf of, and what the business purpose of the purchase was. And that is in the backup for item 18.
You are correct. I pulled the wrong item.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you pulled the wrong.
But I still don't sign blank checks. Okay, that one looks good. I can at least see what the amount is and whatnot. But the other one, the one I really meant to pull off, you could not.
Supervisor Gould, so you wanted to pull item 11, the monthly warrant register, the one that we've discussed.
Yeah, I pulled the wrong item. It's too late now. But I still don't like blank checks.
I can get with you after the meeting and give you some more information, but we are continuing to work with IT to modify that report.
Okay, because it's not just me, it's the public also. The public shouldn't, I can make a phone call and get my answer, but the public would have difficulty getting through to get their answer.
Understood.
Thank you, sir. Motion to approve 18.
It's a good point. Thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. Item number 29, accept non-monetary donation of 100 gallons of paint by Sherwin-Williams, in-kind donation of time and labor by Elite Painting, and in-kind donation of lift bucket by United Rentals, paid for by the Mojave Sunrise Rotary Club, Bullhead City Rotary Club, and Los Matadores de Bullhead City for painting the Mojave County Sheriff's Association in Mojave County. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank these people that participated in this. This is going to save the taxpayers of Mojave County $80,000, which is what the bid was to have the sheriff's new substation painted. So I want to thank Mehdi Azarmi, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Elite Painting, United Rentals, Mojave Sunrise Rotary Club, Bullhead City Rotary Club, Los Matadores de Bullhead City for this project, hoping that the board will accept the donation of this. And I move that it be adopted.
Second.
That motion and second. Any additional discussion? Supervisor Borelli.
It's really great to see this kind of community involvement on behalf of the taxpayer, and should be encouraged. Hopefully this sets us the stage and bar for everybody else.
Absolutely. Thank you. And also I'd like to jump on that and say thank you to all those organizations for partnering with the county. This tremendous public service. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We have one public hearing on our agenda this morning, Supervisors, item number 31. I'm going to open the public hearing. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the DeSoto Drive Road Improvement District. Discussion and possible action. Hear the protests and objections on the resolution of intention 2025-1 for the DeSoto Drive Road Improvement Project. Mojave County Public Works staff has notified the property owners by mail and by publication of the public hearing. The Board of Directors shall hear and pass upon the protests and objections, and if sufficient, protests shall be a bar to any further proceedings in making the improvement for 6 months from the date and the protests are filed. If the protests are insufficient and the board denies the objections, the board may order the DeSoto Drive Road Improvement Project by adopting resolution number 2025-2. In any event, the board may vote to terminate the DeSoto Drive Road Improvement Project described in resolution number 2025-1. We have
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Borelli, or excuse me, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we go into taking testimony from the public, we might want to get an overview of this process from Director Latosky. I could benefit from it, and I'm sure that the other board members could also.
Let me ask Attorney Davis, since this is a public hearing, do we have to open it up to the public to provide testimony and then get into discussion, or is it good to, as a part of the public hearing, can we ask staff to provide an overview?
I believe it would be appropriate to.
Okay, let's do that then. Staff?
It might save time for opposition.
Good morning, members of the board. Chairman Lingenfelter. In April of 2004, a petition to form and a petition to incur expense for the DeSoto Drive Improvement District was submitted and acknowledged and adopted by the Board of Supervisors. The petition concerns improving approximately 4.4 miles of DeSoto Drive and Magellan Drive from an existing unsurfaced to a hard surface condition. These two roadways are currently in the Mojave County regular road maintenance system for unsurfaced roadways. As I mentioned from the top, this is a process that is brought forward to the county by the residents. There are 34 parcels in the district, and at the time the petition to incur expense was submitted, the residents were able to secure 51% of the properties, both fronting the improvement as well as the overall acreage involved in the improvement district. Moving ahead, Public Works negotiated a very attractive $13,160 consultant contract for district engineer services. This entailed preparing plans, specifications, and a construction estimate for the project. The construction estimate totaled $572,360. This is inclusive of about $182,000 for contingency, for a bonding and financial consultant if this were to go forward, also for construction engineering and a reserve fund that's required by state statute. As a result, the construction cost estimate, if the project were developed to that extent, would result in assessments ranging from $8,268 to $47,193 per parcel. That's the overall total assessment value, as these assessments are based on the frontage, the linear frontage of the parcels on the improvement. After the resolution of intention that the board passed last March, about 2 months ago, there was a 20-day protest period, and we have received 3 property owners that have filed a written protest to the project moving forward. One of which, Miss Christy Hunt, we did receive her letter this morning. It was signed and notarized, and I did direct staff to provide that to the clerk of the board. If the project, and I should point out one last thing, if these 3 property owners were removed, the project actually would not have 51% anymore majority as it related to the petition to incur expense. And finally, if the project were not to move forward, the property owners would still be liable for the design costs, district engineer costs. That would divvy up amongst the 34 parcels equally to $387.06. That's the total liability right now, is $387.06. But moving ahead, as I elaborated in the discussion, the assessments for the construction if we were to move forward on the project. I'll be available for any questions.
If there are other questions, I think after the public hearing closes, we'll bring you back up if that's okay, Director. We have 2 people signed up, Karen Summit, and Anna Rich, you're on deck.
Good morning, Chairperson and Supervisors and the board. I'm one of the property owners. I own it with my son, and our assessment for our property is $42,994.80. And I purchased that property for $60,000. So the assessment would be would deem that property unsellable. I would lose $40,000 in equity off this property of all the improvements. The county assessors assesses at a little over $200,000. That's the most expensive, one of the most expensive properties on the street. The other properties on the street are single wide mobiles, single homes, 1 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, or 2-bedroom homes. Most of them are dilapidated. Most of them need work. And so this is a great burden for the majority of the people that are on that street. When the request to pave, one of the neighbors came to us and they requested that if we wanted the street paved. I says, I don't care if you pave the street, but I'm not paying for it. If they wanted to pave it, pave it. But it was more of they're looking to pave it if it wants to be paved. We didn't realize at the time that it was a cost directly onto the property owners. The assessment here, even though it can be paid over a 30-year time period, would essentially be a second mortgage on this property. And in resale value, since I'm a real estate agent and broker, reselling this with a $40,000 plus assessment fee onto it would deter 99% of all the buyers that would buy this property. Right now, there's nothing wrong with the street. There's not big holes in it. County keeps it flat. It's flat. It drives, it's just dirt. But, so I request that this stop and that we don't move forward on this resolution. Any questions?
We can't take questions during public hearing, but thank you. If we do have questions, we'll call you back up. Anna Rich?
Good morning. Thank you for having me speak. My son passed away. He owned a business on DeSoto Drive. A little while ago, your sound system went out, and you could call a tech, and he would come and he fix it again. Well, so you could continue your meeting. That's what happened to our family. In 7 weeks, our lives changed. My son, who was a very important person in Mojave County, Mr. Don Martin knows my son real well. He knows me. I'm a pastor in Fort Mojave, and the whole mess got dumped upon me, which is fine. I'm an able person. Well, I'm trying to figure out everything, and then we get this assessment. Our street does not have holes. Our street has poor people living there. It's starting to get cleaned up. There are a few property owners that have rentals, very poor rentals, like the lady described. The homes are falling apart, and there are people moving out. It is getting a little better because we have a new owner next to us who is a responsible person like we are. But at this time, we are, how can I say it? We are maybe not so important as all the other issues that you spoke about right now at this meeting, but we are long-term residents, and I believe this someday, maybe not far away, we could pave this ground, but right now it is sufficient. We don't have a lot of traffic, and I believe it is a great burden on the property owners at this point. And the amount that it costs, this is just a few blocks and a little McGalen block. It's a tremendous amount of money. And so I really am not able to say this is going to really help us. And I believe that I just ask for the mercy for you to really understand that, yes, there's these big corporations and big money, but we are people who are sustaining our county. We're paying our taxes, we're paying for the schools, we're responsible residents. And right now, I don't think we can afford to agree with this. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to provide public comment on item number 31? Ms. Esposito?
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. I want to speak in support of the residents who just spoke. Because of my personal experience with the GVID, what I learned was when you create special taxing districts, you create these improvement districts, you put a financial burden on everybody that sometimes doesn't benefit everybody equally. But then once the district is created, this board has no power to dissolve it. So if the the board that's created or the project doesn't get completed properly, it creates a real issue going forward with not a lot of accountability. I'm just generally opposed to the creation of special taxing districts. I think that if you need to pave a road, well, bring it up to county standard and apply to have it put in the county road district, if roads are your issue. But I just generally, on general principle, I think that creating additional special taxing districts, they don't tend to have the oversight, and as what happened with GVID, a project got done, and then there was no people wanted to serve on the board, and then it got turned back to the county, but then now the people have no recourse that they would have had before. So I just want to say that I think maybe this isn't the best time for this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on 31? I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Director Latosky back up. Great question for him.
Latosky?
Director Latosky, you said that with the protest of the 3 property owners, that brings us below 50%.
The 50% majority, correct.
What is, do you know what that percentage number is?
I do not have that number.
Okay, but it is less than 50%?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Gould.
I move that the petition be denied and the district be dissolved.
Okay. Heard that motion. Second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Thank you all. We've done 32. We'll go to item number 33. Director Latosky, approve under the terms of the Standing Mojave County lease agreement with the ARC of Mojave County for lease of the building and property at 2050 Airway Avenue on APN 32011-112. The ARC's request to create a 27-foot by 29-foot concrete pad behind the day treatment for adults building adjacent to Burbank Street to create an outdoor patio and gathering place for ARC members. The ARC will be responsible for all costs involved with constructing the concrete pad and conforming to applicable state law and city ordinances. Director Latosky.
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, staff brings this item merely because with regard to that 10-year lease that the county has with ARC, any improvements, physical, permanent improvements presented or proposed for the site requires board approval. So in this case, the concrete pad is being donated to ARC for use of an outdoor patio type of setup, and staff is presenting this to the board for their acknowledgement and approval in accordance with the lease.
Great, thank you for that description. Comments from the board, discussion? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 34, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Golden Valley Improvement District. Discussion and possible action regarding authorize the Public Works Director to sign the Water Conservation Grant Fund agreement between Golden Valley Improvement District and the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority of Arizona for $250,000 to purchase new automated metering infrastructure, smart meters, that will improve the overall efficiency of water management in the water system. 25% grant match. Funding is sourced to the fiscal year 26 GVID operation budget funds. Director Latosky.
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, as part of preparing the FY26 budget for GVID, we as staff has acknowledged that the over 1,500 water meters throughout GVID are at a point where they require a phased replacement, and we wish to move in the direction of smart meters, meters that they're electronic, they allow for more efficiency in meter reads, as well as the ability to monitor more effectively, such as for water leaks. So GVID programmed in the FY26 budget $90,000 towards this phased replacement. At about $340 a meter, that would procure about 265 water meters, or not even 20% of the overall meters that we ultimately have to purchase. And so what happened is our our improvement district's manager, Kelly Stickrath, single-handedly took it upon herself to look for grant opportunities. And what we landed on was the Water Infrastructure Authority of Arizona, their water conservation grant. Ms. Stickrath applied for the grant, applied for the maximum, $250,000. And what I'm bringing before you today is the acknowledgement of that grant award, $250,000 with a 25% match. That's about $62,500, which we do have programmed in next year's budget. But what Ms. Stickrath accomplished here was our ability to, starting this summer, to procure about 900 water meters, or about 60% of the total water meters necessary to do a total overhaul of the water meters in the district. So a credit to her, and we bring that now before the board for acknowledgement and approval.
Great. We have one person signed up to speak, Jennifer Esposito. Jennifer, I saw that in the previous item. I just missed it, but you were in favor. It did pass. So sorry for not getting to you on 33.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. Which one is this? I got lost up there for a second.
This is 34.
Okay, is it
Water meters.
the water meters? Yeah. What I wanted to say on this one is the reason that I oppose it, other than the fact that I oppose smart meters in general, I don't care whether they're grant funded or not, is because part of the GVID rate increases that were implemented several years ago included charging an additional fee for smart meters to convert over. So even if you're going to accept grant money for smart meters, then I think you owe everybody a refund that they paid for smart feeders. If you're, I think you need to audit the department, and you need to look at how many people paid that additional fee. And if you're going to get grant funded smart meters, then I think the consumers of GVID are due a refund, because nobody wanted the smart meters to begin with. We all opposed them at the time that went through, and that was, stated on the public record. So if you're going to force smart meters on us, but then you're going to get even grant money to buy smart meters, then I think that everybody that was forced to buy a smart meter should be due a refund. But then again, we just have this problem with GVID where, not me, because I get mine through the third party person that delivers the water. I mean, I still pay for GVID water, but I don't have a direct hookup. But a lot of people on neighboring properties do. And my husband and I are looking at another property that we would consider hooking up to, because it's closer to the thing. But, I think that if you go forward and you do smart meters, I think that you should do the right thing and retroactively go back to that rate increase and give people a refund, because I don't think some people should have to pay and then, but then now we've got a grant, because apparently we have money that I didn't even know about to put a chain link fence around the water fill station and paint phony stripes to look like a cattle guard to keep the cows out. The money is just completely unaccountable. But if we're gonna get free money for smart meters, then I just don't think that the consumer should have to pay for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd open it up to the board. Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Mr. Radowski. Hearing what Ms. Esposito said about a refund, and that this was previously, the money was there, is that in fact what happened?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, there is a fee as it relates to new customers, and a water connection fee and associated meter that entails with that. I don't have the information in front of me, but I am not aware of a dedicated fee toward water meter. This particular action pertains to the replacement of existing water meters, which is a district responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion? Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Director Latosky, stay at the podium. I'm curious, what can you do with these smart meters?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, in general, the water meters, these smart meters, enable wireless communication, so to provide for certain meter reads, as well as electronic type monitoring that with the appropriate software in place, there is a potential for automated tracking of meter use, so that leaks can be detected, abnormal demands of water that could, under certain thresholds, flag a particular alarm, and just for a check, either sometimes to the extent of even the water user having access to this. Again, it just depends upon how much software capabilities are associated with these meters.
So will they work with a cell phone signal?
Yes.
So it shoots something activates it and it shoots back its reading and then shuts
That's
itself
correct.
off.
Yes, it's wireless.
So that's a theory you could have if you saw something that was abnormal, high use of water, then it would flag something and then you could send somebody.
There are certain levels of capabilities that with the right programming, there's certain features such as that can be.
So it's not going to require the guy in the water reader truck to go driving past all these things and scan them. They're going to send the signal to the office.
I would trust that we can move away from that. One difficulty with GVID in the past, and this isn't a GVID issue, it's just a geographic location, is some of the wireless cellular transmission. And we used to try to go with like shortwave radio, and that wasn't working too well with us with some of the repeaters. So some of the communications things we'll look at trying to iron out in the future so that we can accomplish just as you described.
You may want to be strategic about where you put these smart meters then if you have a bad cell signal in particular areas.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Director Supervisor Martin, this is your district. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? I'll second that. Additional discussion? Supervisor Borelli?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, the way technology's going, we'll probably have driverless cars soon.
Oh, shoot, go to Phoenix. They've already got those Waymos all over the place. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 35, discussion possible action regarding the One Arizona Opioid Settlement Award implementation to provide the Board of Supervisors with the implementation of the March 3rd, 2025 board action. Agenda item number 39 regarding the award of One Arizona Opioid Settlement Funds. Staff recommends that entities chosen to receive grant awards be scheduled for the June 16th, 2025 agenda with grant proposals and accompanying budgets consistent with fiscal year budget and reporting requirements. Staff will subsequently prepare funding agreements for board consideration and approval on the July 21st, 2025 agenda to meet the funding timelines established by the One Arizona Opioid Settlement. Director Palmer.
Good morning. So I'm going to take you through a quick slideshow. There'll be an opportunity for any questions and clarifications at the end, but also you can interrupt me at any time. So the objectives of our presentation to review the settlement fund distribution timeline, ensure transparency by outlining the process and documentation requirements, and then to provide an opportunity for questions and clarifications. So that way you all can make informed decisions. So our grant timeline that is a part of our recommendation is at the June 16th, 2025 Board of Supervisor meeting, that on the agenda would be any grant recipients' proposals along with their budgets for each of the districts. This will then allow staff to have time to develop the funding agreements after that meeting. On July 21st, on that agenda, we would like to see the funding agreements. And then after that meeting, we can begin the process of making those payments out to those entities. It will not occur right on the 21st because we have to ensure that they're registered as a vendor and all other documentation and paperwork is on file. So key elements of the work plans that we will need, any activities, and then alignment with the approved categories, which I'll have a slide for later. Impact and sustainability for their plans. the timeline and staffing, so their project timeline, staffing patterns, roles and responsibilities, goals and metrics, evidence-based practices, and that's an item that's written into the funding for the opioid settlement. Financial requirements, it's a budget just like any other. It's going to include the personnel expenses and then any operating expenses. We also need to know any additional funding that they are receiving from any other settlement funds. So each city within Mojave County, each incorporated city within Mojave County also is receiving opioid funds. So if they happen to be receiving those funds or state level funds, we need to know that because we do have to report that piece of it. And then for you all, the available resources that we have all of the current projects, their presentations that they provided to our Board of Health, except for Southwest Behavioral and Catholic Charities. They will be presenting at the July Board of Health meeting, but we have all the other projects right now. Any quarterly progress reports, because we do have them fill out quarterly reports to our staff, and we have them meet with our staff, our team, and then any detailed financial reports that is included in those quarterly reports. And then I can provide those either electronically or print. These are the categories that are approved purposes as defined in the One Arizona Agreement. This presentation I sent to Laura today, so the clerk should be able to get this presentation to you all, so that way you have this. This is just a list of the settlement funds and each of the different entities that we are receiving money from. So it's another reminder that we have to report on each of these funds separately because each of these are different settlements. And then any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the board members?
I do.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
So Director Palmer, looking at the way we organize this distribution of the money, hindsight's wonderful, I guess. I probably wouldn't agree to this again. So the distribution model seems clumsy, okay, where we're going to each supervisor to get funding. So I want to make sure as we specify the funding decision that we in fact have flexibility that these funds can be used across supervisor districts. Or maybe Attorney Davis should answer that. I don't know. Can you comment on that?
I will defer to Manager Elters on that item.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lettman and Director Palmer, thank you. Supervisor Lettman, the truth is those funds can be spent anywhere in the county. The decision from the board to divvy up the funds available equally required staff to track them and to inform you that money allocated in one district is being spent in that district for the district representative or the district supervisor information. However, excuse me, in all honesty, the nature of these funds, as well as the individuals receiving them, is mobile in nature. We don't decide who needs them. We provide these funds to providers who can help. So my understanding is the recipients can start in one district and move to a different district and so on. So to that end, as long as you, the board members, as you allocate these funds, understand that they could be spent in an adjacent or a different district, that's fine. We will track them to the best of our ability and report them to you because, again, it is a requirement of each settlement that we report, but as long as you're good with it, there is no restriction on the funds to be spent in that particular district.
Okay. But we still, at least we definitely know that each supervisor has to grant a certain allocation of money. So Attorney Davis, can I go ahead and state where I wish to use my money at this time, even though we're going to consider this formally at a later date?
Yes.
Okay. So to assist my fellow supervisors, my intent at this point in time is to give $200,000 to WestCare, which should meet their needs. I'm also looking at giving $50,000 to Southwest Behavioral and $50,000 to Catholic Charities. So clearly, all of the rest of these grantees are going to need to go to other supervisors to get that funding. Again, I find this clumsy, but to abide with the open meeting law, I'm stating in public what I wish to do.
Supervisor Burley?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a question for the county manager. The drug treatment court in Mojave County, particularly in Lake Havasu City, is technically in Supervisor Gould's district, the building, the courthouse. So how would that work?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Borelli, again, there is really no limitation. There is no restriction. So we honestly saw this condition unfolding when we presented to the board. If you recall, we presented two paths forward. One was this RFP where agencies would apply and the board would approve or not. The other was to have the requests come to the districts, and the board took the second path. So that's what we're working with now. The reality is we saw an opportunity for, especially for District 1 and 4, as well as District 3 and 5, because of the locations and the sharing of a certain population hub. District 2 is really no different. There are providers in these districts that provide those services in other districts. Furthermore, you can start with the recipient in District 3, then that recipient could potentially move to District 5 on any day, and the services would follow them. So we really don't, the funds do not present any boundaries, any conditions, and we're not proposing those. In fact, other than ensuring that each settlement fund is reported on separately, it's up to you, and we have already had one request where we met with the district supervisor as well as the recipient, and the request was that there would be, it was for $100,000, and it was to be spent in District 1 and 4. And as long as District 4 was happy with this expenditure going to both 1 and 4, then we were good. And the response was, it's all good. District 1 is happy with it. District 4 is happy with it. Staff has no limitations, so proceed. We just want you, the board members, to know, since we allocated it per district, that the money is going to, whatever you allocate, will be spent primarily in your district, but it may go to a different district, and as long as you're okay with it, then it's good.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I don't know, I'd like to see the specific recipients in District 3 that's unique, that doesn't cross lines. If I can get a list of that.
The
for
current
education.
recipients?
Vendors or the recipients?
Vendors.
We will get the message out. I trust that we have a list of them. We may not have everyone, but it really is intended to be simplified, and our job is to facilitate. So as long as those providers in District 3 approaches you as the district supervisor with their requests, all we ask is for the outline, the request to contain the information that we need, and then we'll prepare that funding agreement, bring it in front of you, and go from there.
Okay. Supervisor Martin.
Yeah, in my case, I got 3 or 4 applicants already, but you know, I think the idea of this distribution, I would have been more comfortable going the other way that was proposed, but given this, I think as long as the funds go to organizations that have a proven track record of helping people, I think that's the bottom line, is, you know, we have applicants out there that have history and have shown that they're proven to do this. And in my case, I got no problem with funding them, and knowing full well that that agency or corporation, whatever it is, may be servicing people in District 1 or other districts, District 2. I don't really care. I just want to see the funds go to organizations that produce and will show us a positive use of that money. And, you know, if, like I say, if it crosses lines, this is a case where I don't think there are lines. I think we want to help people in Mojave County, and that's what we ought to do. So, you know, I've got a number of people that applied, and I'm assuming they were told about the guidelines for this. So the applications that we're getting, and like I say, I've met with one applicant personally in the office. So, you know, if the other applicants want to meet, we're all for that. But bottom line is, we want this money to go where it's best used and produces the best results. Thank you.
Director Palmer, as a part of this motion, and by the June 16th date, each supervisory district, are public health taking point on this? So we need to basically send you an email with the organization, the contact person, the dollar amount. What do you need from us in order to take it forward?
Chairman Lingenfelter, that would be very helpful, so that way we can get ahead of the game as much as possible and be as best prepared for the funding agreements and then moving forward for payment.
So all the recommended applicants and the vendors that are recommended, they will be taken through all the documentation if they don't already have it?
Correct. And they will be assigned a technical assistant staff member, and so that person will be the one that helps to onboard them. And then we'll also do the quarterly meetings with them to ensure that they have everything they need to be successful moving forward.
Great. That seems pretty clear. And you said that the presentation and all this stuff you have that, clerk, the presentation, you'll send it to the board, is that correct?
For the
This presentation that was just given?
yes, I have already emailed that to you for
Okay,
your
terrific.
review.
Any other logistical questions or any other comments, supervisors?
Mr. Chair.
Davis, you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder to the supervisors as they're coming up with their lists is the importance of not commingling the sources of funding. It looks like ARPA, but unlike ARPA, where there's a single group of money sent from the federal government, this is all generating different amounts from different companies in the settlement. So it's important to keep in mind that we can't do like 1,000 over here and 5,000 over here. It has to be in these set amounts. That way we can keep the streams of funds set so the Attorney General's office and the Auditor General doesn't sue us to reclaim all of the money, which is a legal hurdle we wish to avoid.
Thank you. Manager Elters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to that point, we shared with you earlier, based on the availability of fund for the next year, $1.5 million split into 5 districts, 300. We had suggested a 150 grant of 100 and then a 50, which adds up to 300. That would be helpful to the extent that we can adhere to it, or the board members can adhere to it. And then sharing, as you heard from Director Palmer, how you want those funds allocated into who. We will follow up on your behalf. The one thing that we ask for related to this timeline is the June 16th, to bring it all before you on June 16th for approval. It's really intended to be on a fiscal year basis. As you saw, it will be the latter part of July anyway, so this year we're a little behind the schedule. The intent is to have it allocated by the board by July 1st, and then to have them incur it by the following June 30th. We will we should be ahead of schedule next year, but this year we are where we are because we had to go through and discuss with you a path forward. So we appreciate your help on that, and we're ready to go with it once we know how you intend to allocate it. Thank you.
Great. Is this agendized to, do we need an action on this?
Yes, so you would be approving the timeline.
Okay, approving the timeline. I'd open it up for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second? Second. For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. So ordered. Item number 36, Director Palmer.
Yes. This one is somewhat of a housekeeping item. We do have funds that have not been spent down. The item on the agenda says fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. 2024 has been closed out as of last week. So the request is to allow the current grant recipients to spend those monies either until they are completely spent out or until June 30th, 2026, whichever comes sooner. The recipients I put on the camera. There we go. Okay, so there are some that will be completely closed out, and this is the funding that was left as of Q3 reporting. We have reached out to each of the entities to try and get an updated spending amount. WestCare has confirmed that they will be spent out. I predict that several other of these will be also spent out. We just haven't been able to get any clear numbers from them as of this morning. And we would like to provide the opportunity for them to utilize these funds. And it will need an amendment to their current contract. If any of these recipients are funded for the next cycle for fiscal year 26, we always request, because we did this in fiscal year 24 also, so for fiscal year 26, they will need to spend down fiscal year 25 funds before they start spending fiscal year 26 funds.
Wham. Director Palmer.
Yes.
So this is a 2-year cycle?
There's 2 different years. So we started in fiscal year 24. That was our first cycle of grants. And then we did the awards, and it was somewhat late. It was a few months after the beginning of the fiscal year. So we extended those ones in fiscal year 25 due to the timeline that they were provided to spend those down. So they were provided 9 months instead of the 12 months. So they had to spend down those funds. If they were awarded in fiscal year 25 and they were still spending fiscal year 24 funds, it meant that they were a little bit behind on spending for their fiscal year 25.
It looks like most of them are a lot a bit behind.
There is one that for sure is, they just finished, and that's Catholic Charities. They just finished spending fiscal year 24 funds last week.
So that might lead you to believe that they don't need additional money then in the near future.
Supervisor Gould, with the caveat of, we learned that their financial person had been out on medical for about 9-ish months. And so whomever was supposed to pick up the project and ensure it was billed during that time, it was not billed during that time. And so now they're doing catch up.
Interesting. The smuggling people across the Darien Gap was taking up all of their time. Rhetorical.
Understood.
I will turn it back over to the chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Gould. Any other discussion? Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Along those lines, I guess I'm kind of confused. Catholic Charities got 100,000, and they're showing they still haven't spent it, but yet they're applying for more. I don't. Did I miss something there? In the translation, if you had a grant for a year ago and you haven't spent any money, and then you come back and you say, now we want more money? How does that work?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin. Again, we haven't closed out the years, so we don't know exactly where they will land, and also with the issue with the staff member missing, and so the billing wasn't being done during that time. I am not sure what we will receive within the next 4 weeks that will be spending down the fiscal year 25 funds.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elters.
Thank you. If I may, really 2 points that I wish to make. One is, in FY24, we truly started late because based on when we got the funds, we developed a plan, we presented to the board approved it, and then we ran with it. So they got the fund late in the year. We knew they may and may not be able to incur that. So just please keep that in mind. The other point is, these are valid points and valid questions you're asking, and please, just as you're asking them to Director Palmer, who has no say into how they get spent, if approached by this provider or any other provider, we made this list, we schedule these 2 items back to back, so you would see who received in the past and how they have spent those funds. So when they approach you with requests, we, staff, encourage you to ask them those questions as well and have them provide you answers, and based on those answers, you determine whether you want to grant them additional funds or not.
I'll just say this, that I mean, the rest of them people that were listed on there, they've spent portions of it. They may not spend all of it, but they spent some of it. But in that case, in this Catholic Charities thing, as far as we know, they haven't spent anything. So, hey, I agree with you. If they come to me and say, hey, I want to apply for funds, and then I look and I see that they still got funds from the previous year, I'm going to ask them those questions, because if you're not spending the money on a good project, then don't come to me and say, hey, I want more money, and you know, I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for organizations that use that money, use it well, and have positive results for our community. And if they can't show that to me, then they're going to get a deaf ear from this guy.
And to that point, Chairman Lingenfelter and Board of Supervisors, that is also where we can provide those financial reports, the quarterly reports, so you all can take a deeper look into what they've been reporting to us.
Director Palmer, I know that for the next round, we're including performance metrics. Were there any performance metrics with these grant awards?
Yes, there were, and they were based on their work plan that they submitted, and then they had to complete quarterly reports for that.
And have all of the vendors that receive funding, have they been submitting those performance reports?
They have been, yes.
Okay. Supervisor Gould.
I have a clarifying question on performance reporting. So are we looking at long-term, how many of these people stay off of drugs? Are we looking, or is the performance measures that they told us what they were going to perform, and then they performed that?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, it depends on what the work plan was, because of each of those categories that are allowable funding projects from the settlement. If they based their item on maternal and child health, so they're going to report on the piece that pertains to maternal and child health. So not all projects had to do directly with care, with one-to-one care with an individual, but those projects who did, they did report back. Quality of Life Court had provided reports based on, you know, time away from the program and where they sit now in their sobriety or other factors that they are tracking.
So, but it's more based on, did they perform the way that they said they were going to perform, and not really on the outcomes for the individual's life?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, it depends on the project on how they're doing the reporting. So if in their project proposal they stated that what we're going to measure is the outcomes of this individual's life, then that's what they're reporting on. Each project is very different.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Director Palmer, to follow up on Supervisor Gould's point, does the department, your department, do they help or have they helped the prior recipients with setting those public health outcomes as far as their performance measures, or are they just self-determined from the grantees?
Chairman Lingenfelter, it was all based on the RFP process, so it was whatever they submitted as their work plan item for the RFP is what their goals are based on. So during that RFP process, they provided the procurement department, which then went to the team, with what they were going to, their project, their performance measures, what data they're going to collect, and then all those items are incorporated into their quarterly reporting. So the quarterly reporting document is tailored to whatever they submitted for the RFP.
So they were self-set, the performance measures were self-set by each one of the applicants, and the Public Health Department didn't have any input on the public health outcomes that we were hoping. Is that right?
Correct. They were based on what was needed for the settlement.
Yeah.
But we did not drive those.
Well, I know for District 1's allocation, something I'm really interested in is sitting down with your staff to talk about sort of like, begin with the end in mind, and some of the public health outcomes that we'd like to see as a part of these performance measures, and making sure that those are included in any sort of grant awards. Because to Supervisor Gould's point, it's like, okay, how do we know that we're moving the needle? It just seems like more and more money goes to these things, and things just keep getting worse. And how do we stop that? So, any other questions or discussion? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Supervisor or Chairman Lingenfelter, if you guys do make a motion to continue to allow them to fund for another 12-month period, I'd like you to include in that motion either directing me to bring an amendment back. Because we went through the RFP process, these are funding agreements in the form of a contract, so we'll need to amend their performance term if that's the direction that the board goes. You can ask me to bring it back to the board, or if you want to give me authority to sign those amendments and report back to the board, I can.
Thank you. I do have one question for you, Director Acton. So the current awards, when's the end date on those? Is that June 30th of this year?
Those are all planned to complete their performance by June 30th. The point of this agenda item is that we know some may not, and others might get close. Director Palmer will know more as she gets quarterly reporting from them. So
really what this is about, Director Palmer, is you have, did you say it was Catholic Charities that hadn't expended funds yet this year, and that's why you're asking to extend it for an additional 12 months?
It's Catholic Charities, and then there's a couple others that may not completely spend all of the granted funds by June 30th. We're asking for the flexibility that if they haven't, at the end of the quarter, if they haven't spent all of the funds, give us permission to extend their period of performance with the funds granted through the RFP process through the end of fiscal year 25 or sooner, depending on what their plan to us is in order to get there.
I understand now. I think I understand now, but I think my opinion on this is just one supervisor is if you put in a proposal and you say, here's what we're going to do and here's the date we're going to get it done by, and you don't get it done, whose problem is that, yours or mine? Because there's other grantees out there that would probably do exactly what they said they were going to do in the time frame. So that's just my opinion. I don't think I'll support this one, but I'd entertain a motion or any other discussion. Director Davis, or Attorney Davis?
One quick clarification. Any of the money that's not, say the board doesn't approve this, any of the outstanding money will not go into the FY26 allocations. It would be incorporated into the FY27. I believe that's.
Thank you for that point of clarification. Supervisor Gould?
Motion to deny.
I'll second that. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 37, looking for a motion. Spoke about this in executive session.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I move that the county attorney act on the instruction he was given in executive session.
Thank you for that. Looking for a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. Thank you. Item number 38, discussion and possible action, approve the Economic Development Department to spend $30,000 from the Economic Development Fund account to create 3 educational and marketing videos on small businesses and entrepreneurship in Mojave County. Director Ursenbach.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Linkenfelter and Supervisors. This is a, excuse me, this is a chance that we have to get Dennis Quaid to begin and end the videos of 3 different videos. And I'm losing my voice, I apologize. That would tell a story of what Mojave County has here for small business and entrepreneurs. The best advertising you can ever do is like a Hallmark or a Nike commercial, where you're not saying, hey, this is who we are. You're telling the story, and then at the very end you say, this is who we are. And everybody knows, you see the people out running, and then at the very end, they don't even have to say Nike. All they have to do is do the swoop. And everyone knows what that is. And this is the type of program that they're trying to do with this. The ability for us to be able to have these 3 videos broadcast as much as we will have is huge. Just last week, I had a company call me and want to do a 30 to 60 second video for $15,000 minimum. No help at all in doing advertising. They do the video, we put it on our website, or we send it out, or whatever that looks like. The same thing if I'm going to put an ad in a magazine, the reach is small, maybe 20,000 people at the most for Site Selection magazine, but those aren't really the people that we want to reach. The people that we want to reach are the people sitting at home that are thinking, you know what does my business look like? Is it time to expand, or is it time I want to move? And that's what we want to do, is reach those people, bring them in. Anybody with 50, 75 employees or less, 100 employees or less would still qualify as part of considered small business. It's the ones that are 5 and 10 and 20 or 25 employees or 1 employee that we really want to target. And we want to be able to touch their hearts and say, hey, this is what Mojave County has to offer. And we'll get 3 videos, one's 3 to 5 minutes, and we'll have at least 400 showings in the first quarter. We'll have a commercial that will be 1 minute long, that will be used as a commercial that talks about small business and entrepreneurs in Mojave County. And then we'll have a 5 to 7 minute video created that will go out to over 1 million people, emailed, as well as we can use on our website and anywhere else. And we get to be strategic in where those emails go out and who we want to focus. Do you have any questions?
Questions from the board? Supervisor Martin?
I think, first of all, is it, you want 3 videos, same videos?
There's different videos.
Everyone's going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
And why is that?
It's a different story that they'll be telling.
So you're going to tell 3 different stories
on
$10,000 a piece.
Pardon me?
$10,000 a piece? 3 different stories.
Well, 30,000 total, with 3 different stories, yes.
30,000, and you're going to tell 3 different stories about Mojave County.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got Bullhead, Kingman, and Havasu.
I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
So there's 3.
I guess I'm having a hard time buying into that for $30,000. I don't know. I mean, $30,000 to me is a lot of money, a lot of taxpayer money. And, you know, if we can accomplish in one video, good video rather than 3 videos.
Even if we did only one.
I understand you're asking for 3, but
No, what I'm saying is, even if we only did 1 video, it would still be 30,000. It's bringing the people out to Mojave County to do the video.
Okay.
I think you're buying Dennis Quaid.
I heard enough.
We got 1 speaker, and then we'll pull you back up if that's okay. Jennifer Esposito, you signed up to speak on this item?
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. Kingman, I don't understand why we have to spend any money to make a video. As was pointed out in the morning's presentation, we partner with Mojave Community College. Do we not have anyone at any of the Mojave Community College campuses that can help put together a video for free for student credit so that these students can actually put something on their resume to actually get a job in the future? I mean, I sort of have actually a background in video editing and other things like that. Most community colleges do offer these sorts of things. Are we just paying for a has-been actor that very few people recognize to come here to Mojave County and do it? And moreover, what is the exact message? Because both, actually all three cities in Mojave County have their own economic development. So if we were going to pay $30,000, maybe each one of them should kick in 10. I don't know. But we have a problem with Mojave County economic development in that there's been no direction from the board as to what that actual focus should be. Given that the cities actually engage in their own economic development at taxpayer expense, should the county's economic development focus solely on the unincorporated areas and tell that story? I mean, or are we double doing this? Are we redoing, things that the cities themselves are engaged in? Without a direct message about what exactly this message is going to be and should be, which should come from this board, I think that this sort of project is a bit premature. Do you want it to target the cities that they're already paying for their own economic development, or do you, the county board, want to craft your own message? Should it be for everybody? Should it just be for the unincorporated areas? I think that you guys need to take more control of what the direction of economic development is going. Because I did go to those scoping meetings where we put all kinds of little Post-it notes up and whatnot. And I actually volunteered to serve on one of those boards that never held a meeting. So, hopefully, if we have a new board chairman that's not Logan Marsh, who never called a meeting, then maybe I will be contacted to serve, and I'm happy to serve on that Economic Development Volunteer Board. Happy to do it. I would be happy to look into crafting a video, if we ever held a meeting. But the problem that I have is that this is taxpayer money, and I don't think we have a clear focus about what we're doing, and I think we could probably get it done with a lot of volunteers and things in the community who would probably be willing to step up and help make some sort of promotional video for the county. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Tammy, if you want to come back up to the podium, appreciate it. Tammy, I have a couple questions, while others might be formulating their own questions. In the board action form, it says that these videos are going to help or are supposed to help our small business community and our entrepreneurs in Mojave County. But I don't understand how filming these things and then sending them to a national audience is going to help our Mojave County small businesses and entrepreneurs.
So we have people come in all the time with ideas, but they've never heard, even known that Mojave County or the cities have an economic development department to help them. So it will help to get the word out that we're even out there. I have talked to the college several times, and they do not have a department to help with videos. We've talked to them over the last 6 years and asked, and will they be getting classes together? They do not. They have their own marketing department that they put together, but they do not have classes. But this is going to help. It'll get the word out because it'll be advertised on our areas, so that here in the county, the people will be able to see what we have to offer as well as throughout the nation.
I looked through the documentation that we were given as a board, and it seemed to me like the ROI on this was going to be really difficult to measure.
That's true.
And I kind of feel the same way from what I've heard so far from the board is, if you got $30,000, I think first of all, the money in the fund that was set up here was to try to eliminate barriers on infrastructure and in other things. The foreign trade zone, to establish things that are really going to have an impact and actually help Mojave County economic development. I kind of feel the same way, I think, at this point I know that maybe MCC doesn't have videography capabilities, but I know that there's a ton of local video companies or media companies that maybe they could do some videos on some local small businesses and some local entrepreneurs. Also tourism, I think the biggest way to help our small businesses and entrepreneurs is to promote tourism. Why not use some of this $30,000 to create a visitor guide? We have a tourism component in economic development. We don't even have a visitor's guide that we can put out that promotes our small businesses and entrepreneurs. So, I mean, that seems like it'd be a great this money.
This is not just to create the videos, it's helping to pay for to get it online as well, on TV, so that people will be able to see it. And like I said before, the one company that contacted me last week, it was $15,000 for a 30 to 60 second minute video. Nothing, we would still have to pay to get it on TV or get it online wherever we put it. So this is more the advertising part, not just the videos. Yes, we have to pay for them to come out, and that's what this is about. But it's still getting the word out that this is who we are, that we can't do that for $30,000 anywhere else. And our local people, I've talked to 3 or 4 different videographers locally, and they're not able to help with that either. They can help to create a video, and it'll cost a lot of money. But
yeah, I personally like to see us use, I mean, there's got to be local video companies in Havasu or Bullhead or, the bigger communities that have these capabilities, and I don't really see a huge meaningful ROI on just getting it on television. I don't personally see that, but other comments from the board? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion. Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, see, I look at this from a different angle. I mean, we all kind of agree it pays to advertise, otherwise we would not have gotten elected. But, I look at it from this angle. It's not what does it cost, it's what will it make? And if we can get something like this done with, a star like Dennis Quaid, just that voiceover alone at $30,000 is peanuts compared to what he normally would get. If we could get something like this done that's going to get us a nationwide positive publicity rather than negative publicity, especially like in Lake Havasu when you have a boat that goes 200,000 miles an hour and it ends up flipping in the air, that's free publicity, but it's very negative to some point. We need to really showcase our financial development of a great investment of Mojave County. What brings us here? We have 3 different personality cities here. We have Kingman, we have Bullhead, we have Havasu. Each city has its own different vibe, its own positive thing to bring. But Mojave County unincorporated, that's what we really need to showcase. Look at Lake Mead. That's a gem. All the fishing, all the hunting. I mean, my gosh, the potential is, so like I said, it's not what it costs, it's what will it make. And I think $30,000 is a very, very low investment.
And when we did talk to the people online, or on the phone calls, we did include tourism as part of our small business, and that really excited them because it was a different story than what they had even planned on at first. But it's true, we have a lot of tourism here. We have a lot to offer, and they're all small businesses that come in. That's who makes up most of our county. So that's where the story is. It's an educational story on Mojave County and our small businesses and our entrepreneurs that come in. Is it saying come in and bring your business here? No, it's just like Hallmark or Nike or anyone else that says, hey, this is who we are. Now come buy my product. Our product is our county and moving here. Or starting a business here if you're already here.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Letman, thank you.
I had a question. Are we in a big rush on this item?
I have to let them know later this week, yes or no. Afterwards, they will go to another community.
No, that's unfortunate because normally I'd like to table this item. I'd like to study this a little bit more and think about it.
Supervisor Gould, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I wanted to make
Manager Elters, you had a comment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to restate the fact that this is not just to prepare the material, the video, but also to provide the media platform to deliver it. And that's really where the difference is. That's one. The other point that I wanted to just also share with the board is we always talk about, doing something and then measuring the return on investment, the ROI, as you pointed out. We haven't done a whole lot of advertising lately. This is a measurable, reasonable amount to incur and to look at the return on this investment from at least exploring this path or this approach. We believe it's worthwhile. We don't do a whole lot. This is an opportunity to do something that does not cost a lot, but has the potential to bring a good return. And that's why we brought it in front of you. Whichever way you go, it's good. I just wanted to summarize that. Thank you.
Well, don't get me wrong. I like Dennis Quaid in Enemy Mine. That was a great movie. But a question for you, though, Manager Alters. If we have tourism, and this is supposed to help tourism and small business and entrepreneurs, why don't we have a visitor's guide? Why don't we have a visitor's guide?
That's a lot of money, a lot more than 30,000 usually.
You can't put a visitor's guide together for $30,000?
Last one I did for another state was over 200,000.
For a state?
No, for a county,
for
this,
a county.
in a different state.
Oh.
So I have not looked into putting together a visitor's guide because of the cost.
How are you promoting tourism?
Pardon me?
How are you promoting tourism?
Word of mouth, the new website that we have, just working with the local people here and trying to bring in more. It's very tight. It's very hard on a very small budget.
Sorry, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then the other problem is, where would you put the visitor center?
I said visitor's guide.
The
not
guide.
Visitor center. Visitor's guide, a little pamphlet, a little book where people can come through.
There's also another thing. When this thing gets video and this gets done, and it gets on the internet, nothing comes off the internet. That's even another force multiplier of getting the word out. And for a $30,000 investment, I think it'd be huge returns.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other discussion, or I'd entertain a motion?
Motion to deny.
For that motion, do I have a second? For that motion, a second. Any additional discussion? Supervisor Martin.
I'd just like to say this, and maybe I'm kind of naive about this, but $30,000 of taxpayer money, and I'm looking for that return for an investment, and I'm just not seeing it. I'm sorry. I think we got the cart before the horse. I'd like to see a presentation and given an idea of what we're going to get for that $30,000. I'm telling you, $30,000 to maybe a lot of people is nothing, but I think when you're dealing with taxpayer money, I think we owe it to them to really scrutinize this stuff and look at it, differently. And I just can't get behind okay, let's go get 3 videos for 30 grand. I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
All right, we have a motion and second.
I have another
Additional
discussion.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Yeah, I can't make a motion to table this because we've already seconded it, but I would like to continue this on to another meeting.
Thank you for that. We do have a motion and a second. Would you like to proceed with that motion, Supervisor Gould? Sure. All right, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. You have it, so we're 3-2. We're going to move to item number 39. Receive information from Director Acton and Director Palmer on the progress of the request for proposal for medical examiner services. Supervisor Lettman.
Okay, so we've passed a couple of motions where we are closing out the current contract for the medical examiner at the close of this calendar year. We're supposed to have an RFP coming up so that we can make a decision on how to proceed with a medical examiner beginning January 1st of next year. We're down to about 210 days, maybe. Where are we at?
Good morning, or not morning, good afternoon. Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Lettman, just close. So I took a couple of notes to kind of give you a status update of where we were at. The board directed us at their first meeting in April to renew the contract with our current service provider through June 30th, or through December 31st. I keep saying June 30th. December 31st, 2025, that has happened. And then internally, procurement has done a red line workup of the last RFP that we did for medical examiner services. We are circulating that within Mojave County first. And then the public health director has been working with her counterparts in other counties to try and determine who we can use as a subject matter expert related to medical or forensic pathology. And just to kind of give you guys an update, we've talked to Yavapai County. However, they provide locum services for us under our current service provider for both forensic pathology and death investigations. Coconino County has a conflict because they provide specialized consulting services such as unidentified remains, medical examiner consulting to our current service provider and known interested parties. La Paz County has an IGA with Pinal County. They don't have anyone. Pinal County provides locum services to our current service provider for forensic pathology. Cochise County informed Director Palmer that they believe medical examiner services are typically are physicians who have completed residency in pathology and a fellowship in forensic pathology, and that they did not believe they had the expertise to serve as a subject matter expert related to forensic pathology and medical examiner services. Apache County and Navajo County both said they do not have anyone available. Pima County provides specialized consulting support services to us specific to unidentified remains. So it's very difficult for us to find somebody that can serve as a subject matter expert that does not have an existing conflict or may not have a conflict with potential offers. And we do not want somebody that might be submitting to help inform the scope for an RFP. We did look at Maricopa County, and although they are not similar to us in demographic makeup, they may be able to assist us in a review if the board would like us. That is where we will start and reach out. We also could potentially reach out to Clark County in Nevada. Again, although it's not in Arizona, it does have a similar process where they have investigators originally go out and then they help support the medical examiner. So we could ask someone from Clark County, Nevada to possibly assist in a review of our RFP to get the technical expertise that the board, I think, is looking for. So for us, next steps, we are expected that we'll complete our initial revisions to the past RFP by the end of this month, and then we will either send it out to a contact at Maricopa County or at Clark County, Nevada for their comment and review and any markups. And then we are hoping that they could get that back to us within 2 to 3 weeks, which would allow us to publish the RFP by the end of June. Responses would likely be due at the beginning of August, and then we could get through any kind of evaluation, negotiations, clarifications by mid-September. What we are targeting right now is an award recommendation to come to the board at the beginning of October. This is not an aggressive timeline. We intentionally wanted to build in space in case there were edits or comments or concerns throughout the process, but getting it to the board by October 2nd would give us 60 days for a transition of services if necessary. We'll try to outperform that. We'll try to get it to you sooner, but I didn't want to come to you and say, yeah, we can have an award recommendation in September and then fail to meet that promise.
When will we get our first look at a scope?
Generally speaking, we don't share the scope with the board. Once we get a reviewed document, I could share that with you guys if you are interested, but generally speaking, the board doesn't want to be part of that process because ultimately you're making the award recommendation, and so it keeps you from having any information that might look like you could possibly be speaking with someone who might offer or give them a heads up. So generally speaking, procurement runs that process. We work with subject matter experts, and then we bring the full recommendation to the board once we've gone through the process.
I'm fine with that.
Do you have any other discussion points? Thank you, Supervisor. Any other supervisors want to comment on this? Okay, thank you for the report. Thank you for the discussion. We're going to move on to item number 40, discussion only on budget options for fiscal year 25-26, formal budget and board members' preferences for the proposed budget. Supervisor Lattman.
Yeah, so I wanted to go ahead since we've discussed, we had a presentation on the budgets. There was, I believe, a option A, B, C, D that was going on, and I really don't want to wait to signal where I'm sitting at until the first meeting in June, so I wanted to go ahead and give the other board members an idea of where I'm headed, but Director Morning, I just want to make sure as we go into the budget process, I'm a newbie at this. Once the budget is set, we can always lower the budget, but we cannot increase items in the budget. Is that correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Ledman, yes, the tentative budget sets the budget ceiling for next year's budget, and so the tentative budget will be voted on June 2nd. We will bring the final budget back 2 weeks later, at which point that tentative budget has set the ceiling, and so any changes from tentative to final could be a decrease on the expense side, but not an increase.
Okay. So to make sure I abide with Arizona open meeting laws and be very transparent, the direction I'm going to be heading, okay, is that I'm going to be in favor of a hybrid version of option C, not B, which is the one that the staff recommended. And the reasoning behind that is I think public safety is our number one job, okay, and we've had presentations, okay, from a number of teams, the courts, public, we did get a presentation from the county attorney's office. We've also had it obviously from the sheriff's department, and I intend to push at our meeting at the first meeting in June to fund the court's request, okay, per what Judge Moss has asked for. I also want to fund the sheriff's request for pay raises. I know that's not in Plan B, but that can be in a hybrid version of Plan C. And looking at what our fund balance today was for the capital improvement fund, and understanding that we have to make a decision on the medical examiner's office, I'm more than willing to put a placeholder in the budget, $4 to $5 million for the construction of a county morgue, even though I don't think we're going to need one. But we got to have it there in case we move in that direction. So I'm absolutely in favor of putting that in there. And I want to do this with no increase in the property tax rate other than the exchange of property tax levies between the three entities that levy the property tax. I certainly understand that this is going to create a structural deficit. I'm willing to take that chance. Okay, I understand that. And I'm willing as a politician to assume responsibility for that instead of blaming staff. So I'm going to move towards the adoption of Plan C, a hybrid version of it, because I think there's some things we want to do, but I absolutely want to fund the Judge Moss's request and Sheriff Schuster's request. That's it.
Before we get any deeper in the conversation, we do have two people that have signed up to speak. We'll give them an opportunity, and then we'll go back into the discussion. Judge Moss, you've signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, County Manager Elters. I also say, Mr. Supervisor Lingenfelter, what you're saying is music to my ears. But I will. I sent off, I guess, a flurry of communications last week, and I wanted to. And sometimes, lawyers, we get wrapped up in the written word when having a conversation is often easier. I have met with each of you over the last few weeks, and I do appreciate you sharing my time. And then it occurred to me that even though I communicated the needs and the reason why during those meetings, it can really be simplified. When it comes to the workload of the courts, there's really two data points that go into it. One, you have the number of cases, that's one. And I've shared with you the numbers of cases that we have with all of our peers around the state. And then I did the pro rata calculation, so you should have that email out there. And you should also have the gross numbers, which I provided in a letter to County Manager Elters. There's also the case weight, which means how much time does each case take, considered as an aggregate, as a global whole. And something that the NCSC report that I provided you folks in December documented is that the case weight, how much time it takes to process any individual case, has increased. I don't know for sure why that is. I'm not a statistician. I don't have any PhDs in math or anything like that, but the reality exists. Thinking off the cuff, I can think of several reasons what may have played a role into it. For example, Zoom appearances save a lot of time for the public, but it does create some drag on the court side. When it comes to interpreters, we now have we have an obligation to provide interpreters, no questions asked, by United States Supreme Court rule. And that means that we're having more and more cases which are taking twice the time because everything has to be said twice. It's probably good from a fairness and due process standpoint, but it eats into time. You have more advisories which are required, whether it's for the restoration of civil rights or the impact of the plea on your immigration status. You look at those alone in isolation, it doesn't take much time at all. You look at over 1,000 cases, and there's some real input on it. You look at the practice of felony law has changed to a degree, and that's somewhat what I call the low-hanging fruit of low-level felony marijuana offenses are no longer criminal. And so those have gone away. Those used to be, I'm almost done if I can continue just a moment or two.
30 more seconds, and if we have more questions, we'll bring
Sure.
it back. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate that.
And those have gone away, but other cases have filled in, and so they obviously have more meat to them, as they're not as simple as some of the prior cases that have gone away. Jury trials increases. Whether a jury trial lasts 2 days or 4 weeks, that burns up a lot of judge time as they're focused on that case alone, and they really can't do much in other areas. And there's probably 100 other reasons. I don't know. Those are just some things off the top of my head. So the end result is the weight of a case on average has increased, and the number of cases are pretty high. And if you compare it to our peers, Mojave County is performing at an we excel, I suppose, but that can't go on forever. And the NCS report and the data calculations provided, we need the additional help.
Thank you, Judge Moss.
Thank you.
We'll bring it back up. There's other questions.
Thank
Steve
you.
Moss, Stephen Robinson this time. Different Stephen.
First name. I had wanted to speak regarding the financial report, but it ties into this. I would encourage the board to add money to the finance department so we can go back to producing what was then called a comprehensive annual report, which the last time was produced in our county was just after Sam Elters left the first time, and I think we need to produce it. There's information that's in a CAFR, we're now called ACFR, that doesn't appear in a simple annual report. Of the 9 largest counties, over 100,000, the only other county that does not produce one is a county that's lost 10% population, Cochise. Every other county from Navajo to Maricopa produces an ACFR. They stopped producing it for whatever reason under then County Manager Walker, and John Timko was Finance Director. It's time we go back to that. So I encourage you to consider adding whatever it takes to make sure we produce a CAFR for 2026. And thank you, Supervisor Lettman, for talking about police and court system. I had almost forgotten how important that is to me, seeing that. And I just ask every one of you, what is one human life worth? Is it worth $1 million, $10 million? We have so much money sitting in the accounts that, we say it's a reserve for like building. Well, we used to have an identified fund. That money came from the general fund surpluses over the last several years. So we have so much money, and that reminds me of something else. The Government Finance Officers Association says the biggest problem with county reporting on budgets is all these sub-funds that are part of the general fund, like, for instance, that 30-some-odd million capital improvement fund that is part of the general fund, and it's part of the general fund balance, but we don't report it as that. There's probably over $150 million in these including the general fund and the sub-funds, that is part of what would truly be available money to the general funds, but they're squirreled away in different accounts, and they're not part of the general fund like they should be accounted for. And that's according to GFOA, their guidelines. Budgeting transparency, which was brought out regarding the airport authority, that was the favorite word I heard from you, applies to accounting and budgeting. Thank you.
Other discussion or comments from the board? Supervisor Martin?
Luke, could you come back up? I think we've all had meetings with the courts and with law enforcement and whatnot. One thing that evolved out of all of this, when I met with Steve Moss and his staff, he insisted that we have the money to do this. And I know you weren't here then when we were having these conversations. What I'm suggesting and what I want to know is, I want Steve Moss, Judge Moss, to explain to you where he thinks all this money is that we can do this. I absolutely do not question the need with the courts and with law enforcement. I don't think anybody in this room could say they don't believe in that. Their caseload is way out of line. The sheriff, his mid-level people, we don't want to lose those people. Those are good people. So what I want to know, Luke, is I want to know, have you and Judge Moss sat down and Judge Moss, have you explained to him, like you explained to me, where you think he has this money? Because at this point, I don't get it. And I trust my staff. I really do. I think staff's not going to feed us a line of bull. They're going to tell us the way it is. But when we got a gentleman, the presiding judge, saying, you've got the money, now give it to me, I want an answer. I want to know, do we have the money that we can give Judge Moss the 2 positions he's asking for this year? I don't know how you guys work it out, but I'd like to know the answer to it, because it's been brought up. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm just saying, explain to me how we can do it. Judge Moss, tell him like you told me where this extra money is. And then let's go with it. Let's see if it's there.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, I'd like to respond to that. Supervisor Lettman kind of alluded to this. He's the one that brought this item on the agenda. The issue that we have is recurring revenues versus recurring expenses. And so the option B that County Manager Elters and I recommended to the board last month at the budget workshop is a structurally balanced budget. And what that means is that our recurring expenses do not exceed our recurring revenue streams. The revenue side of that revenue and expense equation is not something that I have the ability to control. That ability rests with the board. The board sets the tax rates. The board has discretion in how much revenue we are working with in that equation. And so when it is stated that the county has the money to fund additional positions, whether they're within the court system or whether they are within the sheriff's office, and we're speaking of the fund balance, that is not recurring revenue. That is money that is the residual left over after the revenues and expenses that were budgeted for. If we come in high on the revenue side or low on the expense side, that residual balance rolls down and accumulates as the fund balance. And so the my advice to the board is always going to be that that one-time revenue that is sitting in a fund balance be used for one-time expenditures, such as a capital project, building a building, or making a one-time purchase of, a technology improvement or something to that effect. What we don't want to do is get in a position where we are using one-time monies to fund expenses that are going to recur year after year after year after year, because in a future year, we may budget X dollars for revenue and X dollars for expense, and we may have the revenue come in lower than what we budgeted, and we may have the expenses come in higher than what we budgeted, and then you have the opposite picture, right? You don't have money rolling down into that fund balance and accumulating. You have a shortfall where you're pulling on that fund balance to pay for that year's ongoing expenses. So my recommendation to the board is always going to be that we adopt a structurally balanced budget where our recurring expenses are in line with our recurring revenues. And so I will let the judge say what he wants to say, but that is my take on it, and that is always going to be my recommendation to the board, that the board adopt a structurally balanced budget.
Thank you, Luke.
Supervisor Letman, did you have a comment on that before?
Yeah, to that point, for Supervisor Martin, the reason I'm willing to take what I view as a reasonable risk on this is a number of items. We've historically, going back 3 to 4 years, clearly underprojected property tax collections. They tend to come in every year above what we project. I'm willing to bet that, in fact, in this one, it's going to come, the new one, property tax collection at the close of fiscal 26 will probably be more than what we budgeted. Okay, I'm willing to take that risk. We're going to have tax sales, tax lien sales. We're going to have property sales. We're talking about some leases around a certain airport in the county, some vacant land there. There's lots of options to us, and I think at the end of the fiscal year, we'll be just fine. I'm willing to take that risk.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Letman, if I could get this slide up on the screen, I just want to review a couple things, because what you're alluding to, the property tax collections, as I discussed with the board last month, historically, Mojave County has budgeted for a 95% collection rate. So depending on where you're at in the county, there's always a certain percentage of delinquent property tax. We have adjusted that for next year's budget. We looked at the historical data, and we see it coming in the last 3-4 years right around 98% collection rate. And so we increased our budgeted rate from 95 to 97%. We still left a marginal room for error there, but that is part of how we achieved a structurally balanced budget that we recommended to the board. As you can see on the slide, there's a number of changes that we made in that recommended budget. There's a total of about 5.1 million additional tax revenue, and that is comprised of 2.6 million from the increase in property values year over year. Another 1.6 million is the tax rate swap that you mentioned, and that was, to refresh the board's memory, that is decreasing the library tax district's levy by 4 cents and decreasing the TV district's levy by 2 cents, and then increasing the countywide general primary property tax levy rate by 6 cents. So you're basically swapping the buckets, and that is set to generate an additional 1.6 million. And then we also the 95% up to 97% generates about another $1 million. Also baked into all of those options that I presented to the board, and I can go into the details on any of those 4 options if anyone on the board wishes, but baked into all of those was also a $1.25 million sweep from the library district, as well as the tax rate swap. And so there were a number of other options that not options, but measures that we took in order to achieve that structurally balanced budget that was in the option B that we recommended to the board. But thank you for.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Martin, did you have questions for Judge Moss as well?
No, I want to hear his presentation. How he believes we got this money. All
right. First off, I'm going to say I have nothing but respect for Luke and Sam and the members of this board when it comes to their presentation and your various views. I will say, Supervisor Martin, in my letter of last week, I don't know if you read it, but I spent a very long paragraph on page 4 going through the various options. The board has available taxing authority, whether it's via property tax or sales tax. Sam has told me you folks are at 57% of your expenditure limit, while all our peer counties are maxed out, comparatively speaking, so we have tons of room to move there. Further, some board members have stated that, and I think Luke has addressed that, underestimated tax property receipts or tax lien sale proceeds, which means historically, I won't say the income or the receipts have been understated, but they've been very conservative, and historically they've worked out to a surplus. Next, you have the vacancy savings that have been historically putting more money into the surplus column at the end of every year. I pointed out when it comes to the vacancy savings that this board, I think the sheriff said, if I remember, I'm going by memory, and so as my wife will tell you, my memory is flawed, but there's 9 open positions that are funded at the sheriff's department, and he'd be lucky to fill 3 over the next year. So when it comes to that vacancy savings, the board is essentially saying we're going to fund 6 positions, which we know will never do any work and not be hired, as opposed to funding these positions, which we know will start work and do work immediately. So the board is making a call there, which is artificially, in my view, increasing its expense so that there is on paper no means of funding what I'm requesting. I've also made the point that even if all of that is wrong, if the history is wrong, if all the rest of that's wrong, there's still a fallback position so the taxpayer is not hurt by that. I don't know if it's 25 or 27 or 30. I've heard all sorts of numbers in that reserve, so that you're protected in the event that something bad happens. I've also made the point for the 2 commissioners I've asked for FY26 that they're only going to cost 1 commissioner cost, because the first one won't be filled for 3 months until after the final budget's approved, and the last one won't be, the second one won't be appointed until there's only 2 or 3 months left in that year's budget. So FY26, those 2 commissioners will combine to cost of 1 commissioner, just because of lag. You don't appoint someone a commissioner quickly. You have to take your time and do the vetting. So that's I hope that explains my reasoning. I put it in my letter, but when I was told time and time again, if your letter goes past 1 page, no one's going to read it. This one went to 5, so I apologize for that. So, any questions about that, Supervisor Martin?
Like I say, I completely, totally understand and believe what you're saying, but I want Luke to hear it face to face so that we can talk about it and see if he agrees, disagrees, or whatever, because this guy right here is trained in this, and I know you've got a good background too, and I don't think there's any question about the need. The issue is the money. Where are we going to get the money? And I'm the new guy on the board, so I don't know where we're going to dig in and come up with. What was your total for 2 commissioners?
For this coming fiscal year, $428,000, I think. Is that? Yeah.
And the sheriff's was his proposed raise was so we're well over $1 million, right?
I believe Plan C was $881,000 out of whack, but that's by memory also. So yeah, that's pretty close to what you're saying.
And that's what I'm saying. I just, I count on these guys. Guys right here are, that's who I'm leaning on, because I'm not a finance guru by no means. And so what that man tells me, I'm a rigging guy, trust but verify. But like I say, I want to hear, because I think it's important. We're going to be voting on this, and I absolutely want to be clear on what we can do And, you know, where would this money come from if we were able to do as you and Sheriff are asking? So that's my concern.
Great. Did you have a follow-up, Mr. Morning?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, I just wanted to say that, you know, when we're discussing vacancies in the sheriff's office versus adding new positions within the court commissioners, my job as the finance director is to present a balanced budget to the board. And that is really, when it comes down to it, that's a mathematical equation. The revenue and the expense have to be in balance on the recurring side of things. It's more of a philosophical decision and direction that is left up to the board, whether, as Supervisor Lettman has said, the board feels that it is a risk worth taking to fund positions that put us out of balance on the recurring side and pull from that overall fund balance. That's not my decision to make. That is the board's decision to make. If the board makes that decision, I will do everything that I can to implement that decision and make sure that we come out on the right side of things.
Great. Supervisor Borelli, did you have a comment?
You done? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke, we're already unbalanced. The sheriff's office is already down bodies that he needs. And right now we have 8 deputies that are on administrative leave because we have these officer-involved shootings. We have 8 deputies that are sitting at home that are not on duty. So we already have an imbalance. We got to find the money somewhere. So we need, that's our first responsibility, is public safety.
Mr. Chairman.
First, we have to find it somewhere. Somewhere. I know some people were opposed. Okay, we'll get into the adjusting the numbers on the taxes and stuff like that. That's discussion for another date, but we have to do something. Kicking this can down the road is going to get people killed. Or somebody wrongfully convicted. Or somebody going free because somebody screwed up an autopsy. We need to come up with a hybrid plan C. I agree. Let's find the freaking money.
Manager Elters, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry for interrupting Supervisor Borelli. Supervisor, you're absolutely right. The point is well taken. We understand the sheriff is shorthanded because of what happened in the last 3 weeks. That puts 8 deputy out of commission. But honestly, that was just 3 weeks ago. That was post the time when we prepared the budget. All I'm saying is we hear you. Your point is well taken. Whatever the board decides on June 2nd, staff is going to carry forward. We are just presenting to you what we take as duty and obligation to do, which is a balanced budget. You all know that we have a fund balance, and if the risks to you as the board are worth taking by using the fund balance to fund those priorities, that's what we're going to carry forward. We present them to you just to make you aware, not to make your decision and not to impede your ability to do so. So it's a really healthy discussion. We look forward to June 2nd, but we feel obligated to make you aware of those constraints. You have the discretion, and we will carry forward what you decide. Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, any comments today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Luke, remind me, what was option A?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, if I get the slides up on the board. So option A was not our recommendation because it left us with a surplus on the recurring side of things of about $650,000. What option A included was the Division 8, the new judge, and a judicial assistant, and that was the measure that the board approved in January of this year. It also included a couple of budget neutral initiatives and a small market adjustment for the sheriff's admin assistant. That was all that was included within option A. And the option B that we recommended to the board, we had 36 different budget initiatives that were submitted. And so rather than only including a few of them, County Manager Elters and I took a hard look at those, the needs of the various departments that were submitting those initiatives. Some of them were included in full. Some of them were whittled down a little bit so that the department that was requesting it would get something, not instead of nothing. But option B funded, at least in part, 32 of those 36 different budget initiatives.
The tax rate for option A was the same tax rate as option B?
So, Supervisor Gould, that's correct. All four of the options that we presented were based on the assumption that the board will approve the tax rate swap, the sweep from the library, as well as all the other measures that we included in there to either decrease expenses or get us at least a one-time increase in revenue. But the point, while there are a number of one-time measures included in that recommendation, the 5-year forecast, starting in year 2 of that 5-year forecast, we put back in, if we artificially decreased expenses by reducing a transfer from the general fund to, a building maintenance fund, we raise that back up to 100% starting in year 2. So they're one-time measures to get us balanced in FY26. We're counting on continued increase in property values and modest revenue growth moving forward after fiscal 26. And so we increase all those measures back to the 100% funding level for FY27 and beyond, and it remains structurally balanced out in year two through year 5.
Keeping in mind that the tax rate is adopted by the board and inflation in real estate does not equal an automatic tax increase. The perception amongst the public is when their property values go up, their taxes automatically go up, and that's untrue. So we did not build a model based on a truth in taxation model.
Supervisor Gould, the truth in taxation rate, if I remember correctly, for this year is 1.6966. It's actually right there on the slide. It was estimated back in the middle of April when we presented. We've confirmed that with DOR. So it is the rate that we are recommending is above the TNT rate. But in part, it's because we are swapping the tax levies, decreasing them in 2 of the other countywide taxing districts, and then putting a proportional increase in the primary property tax levy rate.
And the truth in taxation gives us a 2% increase year after year. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, the sheriff is online and would like to say something.
Sheriff Schuster's online. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, patch him through.
Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Please proceed. Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. I had no intention on speaking today. I know it's been a long meeting, but as I heard my name invoked, I figured I would just pop in briefly to speak on my own accord. No contention. It's very clear that the sheriff's office and the courts are in need. We have been in need for many years. I want to make sure I'm very clear on what I'm asking for this year. It's not staffing, it's fixing the salary so we can attract more staffing. That's where we're at now. The vacancies we have are a prime example of why we need to increase our salary so I can be attractive to start bringing in more candidates. It's essential that we stay competitive. I've repeated this over and over, so I'm not going to get long-winded with that. So the one other point I did want to make, and I agree with Judge Moss, I'm not in any way, shape, or form attacking him or the courts. He's looking at 2 positions. I'm looking at correcting close to 90 positions. So we're going to continue to fight for our staff because our staff fights for you and the public. And again, since my name was invoked, the number we're looking at this year is right around $580,000. If we did nothing next year, that would be the total increase, but there will be marginal increases for merit increase raises. So thank you. That's all I had unless there are questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any questions from the board? Thank you, Sheriff. Listening to all the testimony and I agree. I think, Luke, you're doing your job. If the most conservative guy you want on your staff is your finance director. And I think Sam is doing his job. I think that you're doing the best that you can, interfacing with all the different electeds and everything else that this county goes, and does. But at the end of the day, I agree with some of my counterparts here that although imperfect, I'd like to see some sort of a hybrid C taking care of the courts, certainly the sheriff's office. This last 3 weeks has just been an example of how crazy things can get very quickly. And I do think that public safety is paramount here in Mojave County. So those are my thoughts. Any other discussions before we move on to the call to the public?
Chairman, if I could just say one more thing. I welcome the opportunity to have this discussion between the budget workshop and bringing a tentative budget to the board. We heard the feedback at the budget workshop, and so plan on including a number of measures that were discussed during that workshop. I will also take the feedback that I've heard today and work that into what we bring back to the board. The board has asked for a hybrid option C. I will bring back a hybrid option C and walk you through what that will look like. It may not be my recommendation to the board to implement it, but that is at the board's discretion. And if the board chooses to implement that, I will do my best to get us there.
Very good. Well, we want to thank Supervisor Levin for putting this on the agenda. Thank you for the discussion, and we're going to move on to the call to the public. First up, call to the public is Kenny Works. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck. Followed by Stephen Robinson.
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. Partisan cohesion is my subject. All my life, I'm 1 year younger than President Trump. All my life, the Democrats have had more and more molecular cohesion. They become tougher and tougher every year. They all stick together every year to make my life more miserable. And they've succeeded. Right now, it's all I can do just to pay my property taxes. I haven't paid last year's taxes yet. I'm going to be doing it on the 2nd. I think that we need to look more towards more cohesion on the part of the Republicans. The big beautiful bill hinges on GOP unity, according to Jennifer Esposito in her publication. And I agree. There needs to be more cohesion, more GOP unity, and it needs to be at least as tough as what the Democrats do to destroy my life. We need the Republicans there to make it good again. That's what the last election was all about. And that's where I think we need the molecular cohesion in order to make it tighter. More, I think that you're doing well here at this meeting today, thoroughly hashing things out. But there needs to be more of a cohesion so that the meetings can be shorter and we can come to conclusions a little more quickly if we're all in cohesive molecular structure. When you bang on the piece of a steel, you hear it at the other end real quick. When you bang on a piece of air, it takes a little longer for it to get there. It takes 5 seconds for every mile for the sound to travel through air. Metal, it's almost instantaneously, and that's where we need to be as Republicans. And I think we have one of the best boards that we've ever had since I've been a resident here. We've got 2 former senators and
former supervisor that is now senator, and I think that helps all of us a lot, and I think it aids in the cohesion we need in our Republican or GOP setting, and we need to be making it stronger. And as Steve Robinson said, we need billboards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito. Followed by Stephen Robinson.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. Kingman. Okay, so it's always kind of tough for me when I realize you guys have such short memories, except for Ron Gould, who can rattle off the top of his head what a committee vote was a decade ago in some subcommittee on something that it boggles my mind. But, so I'll refresh the memory of those who were here in 2023, and for the edification of those who won't, who one of them has apparently taken a break, but maybe he'll pay attention on the review. The rate increase for the GVID in 2023, okay, the one that we went to court over, that I said you didn't need, included $600,000 in projections to buy smart meters. Now, I don't have it in front of me, but that was one of the 4 points of which this rate increase was passed on. We must buy $600,000, we estimate, worth of smart meters. So if we now have a grant for the smart meters, I still think we should look at that. Did we charge anybody for them? Okay? Because, you know, as it turned, kind of like that $18.5 million budget deficit that just disappeared, I think a lot of the financial smoke and mirrors around the GVID was a bit fallacious, to say the least. So one thing that came up during the last incarnation of this board was to give private control of the board to the people who said they would volunteer to run it. Because, you know, it's unfortunate. There are a lot of special taxes, a lot of these water districts. I realize not everybody lives in that district, not everybody pays attention to the minutia of the money of those boards, but to the people in those districts, it means a lot. I mean, my water bill did go up, even though I don't pay it directly. You know, my water hauler jacked my rate up, and we still haul water in 5-gallon jugs from the house to the property to supplement, to offset the increase. But part of that was an estimated $600,000. So the last board, Buster Johnson tabled turning the board over, which the board said they would do, until the litigation was over. Well, because of that, I decided not to appeal to the Arizona Supreme Court. I still think that the Founding Fathers' position on initiative and referendum did not intend to apply to the situation where we have a county acting as the administrator, making executive decisions, where there is no recourse from the ratepayer. I don't think they intended that, but I'm not going to seek a Supreme Court decision. Okay? The litigation is over. The only other litigation is with KP Ventures, and that is not with GVID, that is with procurement. I don't know the status of that, I haven't looked. But we need to take another look at maybe giving local control back to the GVID board. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Steve Robinson.
In response to what we just heard, you would think that she would support population and economic growth in Golden Valley instead of opposing it. Because if we added a lot more people that were on the water lines, it would improve the cost. Now, I'm going to speak to my good friend Luke Mornian. When he prepared last year's budget, he said it was structurally deficit, only because he included $11 million as contingency. All 30, 40, $50 million in the general fund and all the sub-funds, there's another 80 to 100 million, is contingency funds. One of the things that GFOA tells you is use of fund balance, even temporarily, is an appropriate tool to fund necessary things like courts and of the police or sheriff's department. We have so much money. I've been studying the budget for over a dozen years. I've taught myself government accounting. I've taught myself very well. I'm planning to become a CPA at my advanced age next year. But I understand part of the problem is the mindset within government people is if you ask them the question, how much money do we need? They have a one-word answer, more. And sometimes that more should come from growth. And that's why I'm going to spend another few minutes talking about economic growth of the county. The general plan in Golden Valley in 1995 had 35 square miles available for urban development. In 2002, in response to Supervisor Johnson's desire to develop Golden Valley, the people came up with one that eliminated all of the other 25 square miles that were zoned or in the general plan for urban development area. Urban development is wide open. Now what we have happening is where they're going to take the whole corridor of Golden Valley, the Highway 68, and turn it into 1 acre parcels. That's ridiculous. 2 meetings ago or several weeks ago, you denied a plan change, but the property was zoned for or developed or planned for low density residential right on the freeway. Across the street, it was urban development. Do a good job of setting up a good plan for Golden Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Robert Cantor? Kathy, you're on deck. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Robert Cantu. I live here in Kingman, and I'm an engineer and general A contractor for the last 52 years, and I've worked with a lot of agencies in California, Nevada, and Arizona. One thing I have to say that coming to this administration building, your customer service is excellent. I can't say that on the other end of town because I know there's been changes as far as personnel is concerned, but it has created problems for processing developments. And what I'm mainly getting to is that when the county has its own standards, and when I apply for a permit and I get reply and say pay certain fee, and I get my client, well-known developer himself, we come in and pay the fee and submit the application, and then all of a sudden the same person didn't take care of us. We went to a different one, and then it ended up that I had to go through 4 other plan reviewers. I used to be a plan checker for the city of Chandler for many years, and also with the water districts. I was district engineer many years, 30 years in it. And what creates a problem is that each plan reviewer had a different requirement. And me for one, being a plan checker myself, I could understand the frustration with my client. So anyway, like I say, I worked here in this building and everybody works excellent. I've never had a problem. That other building, at times I take a step back and see who's available up in front. If I see certain people there, I'll walk away. But it's not being standardized, it's my main concern. What's good for one is good for all. And that's all I had to say. And I wish that they would stick to the same format. And as far as the questions, or as far as the application, they should all be the same. In other words, information requested by the people. And I'm willing, many times, perfect example, I've submitted building plans and things like that. County reviews them. And when they make the first or second, normally by the first or the second review, I make the corrections right there in the office and submit the new plans. But now when they say we got to start over after you gave me an approved set of plans and I said, hey, this developer wants to put these set of plans, they told me, oh, we got to start all over again. I said, hey, here's the stamped approval. And that's the one thing I appreciate that before that we continue doing is that, you know, we get two plans or 3 plans submitted. Once they're approved, I get an approved set of plans and the county stays with an approved set of plans, which is great. I don't have a problem with that. But the changes over there's too many changes. Each time I came back for submittal, new requirements or new changes occurred, and I don't believe in that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments today, sir. Kathy Tackett-Hicks, followed by Sherry Keefe.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Tackett-Hicks. I'm speaking on behalf of myself again. I just wanted to clarify one item before. I'm super thrilled. We've had a discussion, debate. I'm looking to further that, and so we can come up with something that really works for us. But you did mention about the foreign investment, Chairman Lingenfelter, and I said there was about 300 acres. But as soon as I walked away, you said Aldahara. So the reason I didn't kick it off, let me tell you what the deal is with Aldahara, because I did go directly to the farmers. So they originally came in, they had about over 16,000 acres. It's now known as Wallapai Valley Farms. But that ownership is split. There are other investments with domestic institutional funds. Public pension dollars are invested in that project. And the reason it didn't click off right away is because majority of it is not developed. So they have leased the 300 acres of garlic that I remembered, 30 acres of onion, and about 2,200 acres of pistachio trees are on that. But a majority of that is vacant. And it's going to stay that way. They did originally come out for alfalfa. That was the big scare. The big scare everyone was worried about. They were going to come in and get alfalfa. They did try for a year or two. Does not make sense in this area at all. You cannot make money doing it here. The soils are not good for that type of planting, and they didn't make money. And I mean, we would all know if they could make money, we would end up in a situation like some of the Cochise basins and other basins that are having severe problems. But we're not going to have that here. And so I just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't trying to mislead you, but I do know exactly what that is. And it's my personal opinion that I don't look at those ownership entities anyways. I look at business people, and I can tell you across this board, I've worked for some of you directly. I work with and for some of you right now. So the ownership is not a deal for me. I want to move forward. I want to speak the truth. I want to leverage whatever I have to the benefit of the city and the county. Not working against you. I do want to work what's in the best interest, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Sherry Keefe?
Good afternoon. As you know, my name is Sherry Keefe. I would like to speak on residential kennels in the county. Currently, the kennel permits are very minimal, and they're insufficient for really making for good relationships between neighbors. Currently, kennel permits require that your animals must be personal pets, that the use will not become a nuisance to neighbors, and that the applicant may not offer breeding, boarding, or adoption services. My experience living by a property with a kennel permit, and by the way, they allow you to have up to 10 cats and 10 dogs. However, they don't give any indication as to the care and responsibility directed at the owners for making sure the pets are not nuisances to neighbors. It only says they shouldn't be. Basically, the rules are enforced either by animal control, currently by animal control, or by a county person going out for code enforcement. I have lived in my home for 3 years and have had to call animal control on many occasions because of the kennel. There's one kennel across the street from me, and the dogs have regularly gotten out and have threatened me at my own gate, and because of excessive barking all hours of the day and night. These uncontrolled pets have violently attacked and killed some of the livestock on their own property, including a potbelly pig. 3 months ago, the people moved out of the house on the property, leaving behind 10 dogs, 4 little puppies, a cat, several goats, ducks, pigs, and I'm not sure what all other than that, on 1 acre property. Much to my dismay, I found out from animal control this is not illegal. So there they've got all those animals. They show up about every 12 hours to feed them, throw a little bit of food, fill a kiddie pool with water, and then off they go. The dogs have been fighting, having rip-roaring fights in the middle of the night, with some of them walking away injured. And then when they show up, they don't even really check the dogs. They barely notice the dogs and just throw food to them, water them, and leave. Which leaves me in the unfortunate position of trying to stop some of this stuff from a distance, just to protect the animals that are involved. I've seen them attack baby goats that get out on the property and stuff, and there's not really much I can do. And when animal control comes, and I'm sorry, I'm all done. Basically, I just would hope that you'd do some common sense looking at the rules for kennels in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was our last speaker. Manager Elters, I'd like to refer and have something come back to the board at a later date. Mr. Cantor's comments. I've heard from some other folks besides Mr. Cantor that they submit a set of plans, they get red line comments, they get those back, they correct those red lines, it goes back to staff, goes to a different reviewer, they get a different second set of red lines, they kick back to the developer, and they correct those second set of red lines, it gets kicked back. And I feel like they should only get one shot. Tell me everything that's wrong with the plan, we'll go out and we'll fix everything, and then it's submitted. But to go back and forth 2, 3, 4 times, I'd like to have a report on that if I could. And then also from the last lady, when does the board have authority to pull a kennel permit if they're not doing a good job? Anybody else? We're adjourned. Thank you.